Yeah, too many colors. Peace. I wanted to say, got the hat yesterday. As you can see it, specially made. Kemet Ray Ma'at, which means Black Sun Justice. So I want to thank you for that. And my wife, she wanted to say something too.
My hat was specially made as well, and it means first to step out of the waters of noon. And I want to say thank you to my aunt forever. Very nice.
Our sister RP is in the place to be. What's up, sister?
Et Sin E. How you doing?
Et Senate E. I'm doing nefer.
Oh, great. Um, well, I got it today. I was thinking it was coming from France, but then I did the tracking and it was outside actually when I went to check, and here it is.
Oh, that's what's up. It's just like my hat. That's what's up.
Yeah,
Let me do the solo layout. There it is, brothers and sisters. That's
yeah.
what's up.
I really like this. Yeah, so I have an after school program that I help facilitate. And I'm going to wear this because we're going to start talking about coding. So I'm going to
Okay.
use this as an introduction because this is a code. It's
Mm.
ancient code, but it's still a code. And then we're going to be able to, demonstrate. I'll be able to demonstrate to them the meanings inside each of the, glyphs and stuff. So, but yeah, I was looking online and I was like, this is actually like really good designs, So as soon as I get some more, extra money, I'm gonna get the matching hat, and I want to get a Ma'at shirt. But I really like the Kemet one to start with. Yeah, so it's really good, and the prices ain't bad either. So
Sister Andrea Brunet is in the place to be. How you doing, Senate?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
So you have something to show us today?
Yes, I went on to the product line and I bought 3 shirts, and I just wanted to show you all what I got.
Oh, let's see.
Okay, so this is the first one. This is
The Ankh shirt.
the Ankh shirt. I got it in black and gold, but I think I'm gonna go and get a blue one too.
All right.
Okay, so that's the first one.
All
And
right.
then
The Ma'at. Oh, it looks
this,
good in blue.
yeah,
All
I don't know.
right.
Yeah, this is the Ma'at one.
Oh, that's
I
what's
don't know if you
up.
can see.
Yeah, we see it. We
I'm
see
trying.
it.
Can you see it?
Nice bright
And
color,
yeah, I love this. I love this color. I love it. And then the piece de la resistance is my favorite
Probably the
one.
best to be tonight.
I'm the place to be tonight. Yeah.
That's what's up. The
There's
best
that
to
on
be
the sleeve
tonight.
too.
Even on the sleeve.
Tonight.
All right.
Even on the sleeve. I had it. Yeah,
All right.
this is the lick right here. So I'll be wearing that on
Oh,
your next live. I will have this one on.
that's
Yeah.
beautiful. All right.
So
Well,
that's the 3 ones I got.
thank you
Love
very
them.
much for your support. It's appreciated. I'm glad that you like the products.
You're welcome. You're
All
welcome.
right.
And we'll see you on the next live stream.
All right. See you soon, sister.
Okay.
Peace. Hotel.
All right.
All right. Hey, brother Donnie Williams. See, you got your mail.
Yeah, yeah. What's up, Shaka? I was gonna do just I know it's a serious topic, but I was gonna do a little
No, I appreciate that, bro. I'm
unboxing.
glad.
So
I'm glad. Yeah. Live
yeah.
unboxing. Bro, you don't mind if I use this excerpt, like as a clip, my
No,
intro?
no,
Oh,
it's all
thank you.
good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And for those who wonder, I'm gonna share the link. All right, that's lovely.
Yeah, I got the Heather Gray. Oh man, yeah.
Oh, you got the Kemet shirt as well. Okay.
Yeah, can you? I didn't know it had that on the back
In the
though.
black. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. That's what's up,
That's
man.
lovely. Oh, thank you. I
So,
appreciate that.
yeah. So just letting you know, just coming through, showing some support real quick, man. I'm about to get back into this Netflix film, so just wanted to say peace, man, and thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, brother.
Okay,
All right. phone check. It works. Hotep Sinuhena Sinut. Why doesn't? Usually I hear my voice on my headset, but now I don't. Hold on. On my phone, it was breaking. Oh, now I can hear my voice. Okay, good. Good. Let me try again. On my phone, it was breaking up. So I'm gonna do it again. Hotep Senuhena Senut Itiren Ishakanugukemet. I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Open Panel. You can agree or disagree. Questions and answers are welcome. Now let me listen to it one moment. Okay, sounds good on my end. That's beautiful. Let's see who's in the place to be. Ninja Falls is in the place to be. Andrea Burnett is in the place to be. Ninja wrote, Meta, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And she's greeting Andrea, and she's saying sorry for taking too long, but Woof Woof Napa pissed her off. Vibennet's in the place to be. She's saying to Vibennett, sorry for not talking a lot, and she's repeating she was pissed off by Woof Woof Napa. So we're gonna find out what it's all about, you know. No need to cry, hoping and praying for the truth to come to light. Okay. Thank you for telling me you can hear me. What happened? Went on the past channel and caught her lying about Sister Nandy's illness. That plus I got on the HO. Okay. Well, let me share this screen here. I'm not going to be long, but you see, yesterday I showed you the island, the glyph for the island, garden reference N18, and we dealt with the hieroglyphic or Medu Neter word for what we call Philae, the location known as Philae today. There's a Philae temple, the temple of Isis. So EU, that's the word for island. Arek means time. Arek means time with the basket with the handle. It's a, let's say, quote unquote, normal K sound. On the glyph, we had the strong K, like the Arabic Qaf, which is a heel. So it's the end of the hieroglyphic writing. I don't know if somehow, somewhere there was some change, but I want to show you. Now, once again, hold on. Where is the... Here, Pa Iu Rek, the island of time or island of the past. So here This is James P. Allen's Middle Egyptian. I'm going to tell you which page it is. It's page 523, 523, okay? And you can see Rek, time, age, era. Here, this is a Faulkner's concise dictionary. You do have Rek here, time. And this is Gardner, and you can see the page number 578. And you have Rek here, Rek, time period. But once again, this spelling is not with the heel, it's with the basket, with the handle, you know. And finally, regarding, no, I don't have it here. Regarding that glyph that Donnie Williams was asking about, on one of the notes, they directed us to the Wörterbuch. Now, I don't have the proper German dictionary, but the largest, sorry, I don't have the proper German pronunciation. But usually in English we pronounce it Wörterbuch. This is the largest grammar book, or I don't know if I should say dictionary, but the largest book about the ancient Egyptian language, okay? And on page 105 of Wörterbuch part 3, right, we have this here. So I don't know if somehow, some way it has something to do with that glyph, but I just wanted to show you that, because this was referred in some of the notes. Now, before it's over, I want to share something, another page. There it is. So this is a thumbnail. This is taken from the book by Zach Barr, the hymns of Isis. You know, I've shared the link yesterday. This is the original artifact. Now it's black and white, but this is the original artifact. The view is not too great here, unfortunately. Do I have a? I may have some better view. Or somewhere on the computer. Okay, never mind. But on one of the software that I have called Hieroglyphica, if I'm not mistaken, we have the reference K24, but on many Medu Neter or hieroglyphic book, the K stops at like 7, you know, or maybe it goes up to 13, which is the catfish used for Narmer, the name Narmer. But you have other glyphs, because once again, you know, the Greeks and the Romans, they added glyphs, and actually it says late in red. We don't really see it well here, I'm sorry, but it says late in red. Now the other one is J Sesh. I think some of you have heard about it. I'm not really sure if this is the same one. Maybe it's a fish without the head, but it looks, that's the closest, you know, to me, you know, visually, you know. So anyway, that's done, that's out of the way. You know that Rek definitely means time. Now Niger wrote Island of Time, Island of the Past. That sounds something similar to the roles of the Ogdoad. Oh, you are aware about the Ogdoad? Okay. Island of the Past is I'm sorry, Island of Time. That may be the translation of Iurek, which is the Medu Neter or hieroglyphic word or words for what we call Philae today. So anyway, let me share the link to get on the panel. Everybody can feel free. Oh, Young Hero is in a place to be. Hi, what's up, brother? How you doing? So use a webcam, of course. Yes, and I'm also aware of the stories of all the Kemetic deities. E.T., Senate E. So people are free to get on the panel. If you've never been on the panel before, you will need to use a webcam. And otherwise, you know, use the chat, you know, feel free, it's open talk, you know, open discussion. Yesterday was quite heavy, you know, went through a lot of sources, a lot of academia, you know. But this evening, you know, it's more cool. So Ninja's in a place to be. How you doing?
Man, I had to like literally fight the good fight because when I saw what I saw, I was gonna like let me tell you, Nepal Shida made me snap. But I'ma just say about why you were saying like tying up in the study because of what I saw. Okay, so you know the story of Suket and Neptet, right?
No, no,
Suket and Neptet.
no, I don't. Not familiar with those two names.
Suket. Okay, Suket. What does his name mean in English? Set. Set
Set.
and yes, Suket is Set. Neptet is Nephthys.
Nebet Het. Okay,
Yes.
it's Nephthys, yes. Yes. Now,
Mhm.
Set, I never heard Suket. Some people say Sutek. According to the transliteration, it may be Seteh, but most people say Set. But yes, okay.
I was saying that, and I was asking you that because literally a long time ago, I was accused of being called Nebutet. And I was supposed to be crowned Nebutet. And I'm like, hold up, this can't be, this ain't me. And all these Babalaos were telling me, you're Neptet, you're abundant, you're Dorisha Oshun. And I was like, this ain't me. I said, one day you're going to find the actual person that did it. And sure enough, when I went on the Pa Shada's page, sure enough, I saw Nebutet's face on there. The whole time I saw the sayings that she was saying. I saw the fact of how combative that she was that reminded me of the story of Nebutet. So when you were saying about the fish, I knew it had something to do with the connection to Asar. Of after when Asar was separated into pieces after he committed adultery with Nebutet.
I never heard that before.
Okay, so basically the story goes about how Nebutet was riding on top of Asar in his bed with and this was after Nebutet disguised herself as Aset, or Nephthys disguised herself as Isis.
Where does that come from? Like, do you have any source for that?
I'm like talking about the source of, you know, when they're talking about the Book of the Dead, when they're talking about the when there's the you know when they're talking about the Book of the Dead, when they're talking about the chants involving, you know, the blessings of the home during the funeral rites to Ampu or Anubis. When I saw that, I saw the story of Nebutet and the blessing of the home, because I saw that Nebutet's title was Lady of the Home. And I noticed that.
You know, there's many Book of the Dead, right? I mean, so-called Book of the Dead, you know, Peret Heru. So it would be helpful if we know which one you're talking about. I'm not saying that story doesn't exist about Asar committing adultery with Nephthys or Nebutet, but this is the first time I hear about it. So if maybe there's a book or a text that you can direct us to, you know.
What I'm trying to like literally break down was, it was about what I came across of the story of the adultery of Suket and Nebutet, and how they had the toxic relationship, and they were the toxic
Set and
from the beginning. Right. Not Asar and no. Asar, because keep in mind Asar and Aset, they are of the healthy. They're of the light. So this is what happened. So when I looked up the situation involving the story of Set or Sukep and Nebetet or Nephthys, right? I looked up in the it's in various forms of mythology. Various forms of mythology. It's like plenty. I can't entirely name because it's too many to name about that story and how the adultery was. But soon as I read about the story of Sukep and Netet, that let me know that Nepal got Nebuchadnezzar in her because her mannerisms are the reflection of that. So when you were talking about the fish, I knew you were talking about the fish that. Now the author, I don't know the book because I don't own the Book of the Dead like that. But I do know that it's something. I'm just saying to Ross Eddie, I don't know the author like that because I don't have the Book of the Dead like that. But I have read about all the deities and what they've done through different stuff because I don't fool with the stuff like that. But it's like with the story of Set and Nephthys and how she committed adultery with Osiris or Asar, right? That led to the birth of Anubis or Anpu. So Anpu, right? Anpu, this what I sensed. Anpu had to do with the result of what chaos, led into the death because they are the because Set and Nephthys are the reflection of the toxicity within marriage. So when I noticed about Nepal Shada, I looked up her first name. Her first name, Nepal, means spirit. Nepal Shada, she lied about the fact that she said spacious demon, which that's not true. It just, the first name Nepal means spirit. Then I looked up the last name Shada. Shada means in Arabic jubilant or jubilee. Then when I looked up the foundation of Shada, it comes from Shahada in Arabic, which has a reference to Islam. Shahada has a lot to do with the commitment of the brotherhood. I was like, yeah, this woman is the lady of the house. I said, Nepal Shada, she the lady of the house. I'm like, why in the heck? Because why in the heck, right? She would say all these things about, peace to the darkest minds of light. And why every time she comes on every panel, right? Everybody's already angry and combative and everything and saying a whole bunch of cuss words toward her. That's when I connected the dots. I said, this is the abilities that Nebetet has, that Nepal has. That's what they have in common because that's who she really is. That's, that has to do with the 5 stages of grief. Like Nebetet, she is the emotional death. She's the emotional death. So like the emotional death as in the emotional death of smiling. She's the emotional death of, joy. She's right. Because she's of the right. Yes, this right there. Now, if you notice this right there and you notice her face, right? That has a lot to do with Nebetet because as you can see, it has a lot to do with the mind. The mind has a lot to do with the shadow self, which represents the subconscious that takes place within what both Suket and Nebatet both have created. So when it's like this, her doing that has a lot to do with enhanced eclipse work, which is also what Nebatet has been known to do. So if you compare that, and you compare that to the negative aspects of the Orisha Oshun, okay, you will see the similarities in how Oshun has been known to literally cause breakups in between relationships. And you see the similar nature in Persephone. Now, Persephone has a lot to do with the dark side of Virgo. Nepal's a Gemini, but she cannot function like her mind is low vibrational because of who she is one with. So it's like with the story of Nebatet, if you look at how the violations of the laws of Ma'at, because if you think about the words Sa-Neter in English means son of the divine. Son of the divine belongs to Heru. Son of the divine belongs to Heru. Heru is the holy man up in Kemet. He was a holy man because if you think about it, Heru was the one that carried the spear in his battle with Suket. That same spear is one of the weapons of Archangel Michael or Michael. But keep in mind,
did you know that? I'm sorry. Did you know that Nepal said that Sa-Neter threatened to harm her mother and sister? I don't know if I'm
of course.
Nepal said that Sa-Neter threatened to harm her mother and sister. She also said that he hit her in the face.
Of course.
And she also said that he's been taking pictures of her when she was using the bathroom.
So of course, because it's coming from do you know why? I'm gonna tell you why. So it's coming from the name, right? So if you look up the story of how Nephthys, when she got caught cheating by Suket, right? The way she got caught, Nebatet got caught by Suket having a vision on his throne, right? And she got something, Negro Ralph. She got caught, right? Because Suket saw his eyes change from normal to black. Okay. And when he saw that she was laying up in bed with Asar, riding up on Asar, and he got into a jealous rage. And when he confronted Nebatet on her deception, he cut off her wings. He cut off her wings because Nebatet, she had beautiful wings. She had beautiful wings. Them wings were stripped off. Them wings were a representation of her freedom. Because remember, Nebatet, she was a wild woman. She was a wild woman. She was not a good woman originally, like she was supposed to be. So she was a wild woman. She was originally the lady who was wild, causing violence all over the land of Kemet. And as a result, when Suket got in a jealous rage and cut her wings off, guess what? It turned into the desert. It turned into the desert. And as a result, the vulture became her bird. That's why if you notice the similarities between that and how Scam Cheddar was like fighting with Nepal, that's a representation of that. And the reason why what happened was, what people don't know was I was the one praying behind closed doors saying that she needs to be exposed for who she's praying to subconsciously, because she kept saying darkest minds of the light. Darkest minds of the light represents Suket.
Hold on,
Suket
hold on,
and
please.
Neter.
Please, just bear one moment, please. Ralph just said that he got married, you know? So congratulations to you, you know what I'm saying? Do you know Nepal personally?
I have not gotten to know Nepal personally like that, but the way it happened was, how it happened was I had gotten that weird reading that them Babalaos. There was one Babalao, right, in Florida, in the Ianifa in Florida. They were saying that I was Nebutet. And I was like, no, this can't be true. Mm-mm. I said that couldn't be true because I don't go to the graveyard. They were saying, yes, that's you. I'm like, I don't go to the graveyard. I said, number two, I don't go out there doing tarot cards, none of that. I don't have an altar, none of that. I said, I may know about the Bible and stuff like that, but I don't do graveyard or blood work or anything death related.
You know, I was asking if you know her personally because there's a guy, you know, he's known as Judah Nasra, but I nicknamed him Judas Nasty because he wished that somebody's daughter gets raped live on air. But he stated publicly, he's a Hebrew Israelite, that Napashda lost her doula license because of pedophilia. And he swore on the Bible, I covered that, you know. I mean, he swore on the Torah, to be exact. The question has been asked for a long time, and she never answered. She never replied. We don't even know what she does for a living.
All right, I'm gonna answer that since she's such a liar on that. What happened was, I was the one that was praying for the fact that Nepal Shida needs to give back that death doula that she stole from an Iyanifa. That's what happened. That's why she lost her death doula license. That's why she lost her license, because with what Nepal did, right? Her saying, I'm a transitioning doula, aka death doula, I knew that wasn't her. Death doulas that I knew, that has a lot to do with the Orisha Eshu in one of the paths that is connected to Ampu or Anubis. Same with one of the paths of Ogun, who's connected to the path of Ampu or Anubis also. So the fact that she was saying this type of stuff, that's when I knew. I said, yes, you are a dabbler in the Kemetic mysteries and the biblical mysteries, because she was not supposed to say any of those things unless if she was a crown priest, emphasis priest of Ampu or priest of Anubis. I noticed the fact that her saying these things and asking things about the blood sacrifice, and I noticed she kept messing up on the Agdod. She said the word Agdolad instead, and she showed the Hebrew lettering instead of the correct lettering, which was of Kemet, that you did correctly. So that's when I said, you know, in my prayers, that she needs to do these things correctly. And I said she needs to stop saying peace to the darkest minds of light to harm all of y'all because of where it comes from.
All right, that's what's up. That's what's up. Well, would you like to make some closing remarks?
My closing remarks would be, you know, first off, I congratulate my Aunt Forever for literally like doing everything correctly. Same with V Bennett, Sister Nandy. I'm also working hard on trying to get Sister Nandy's strength up, because that lie, let me clear up with something else on that too. Nepal Shida had the nerve to try to call herself Empress Sekhmet. And I was like, use a bunch of lying BS, because I know the real Empress Sekhmet. I know Sekhmet, she would not be going on the whole YouTube, none like that. The real segment, she would be going to war and she would be out for blood. I know how she is, and excuse my language for what, you know, the algorithm is, but she would be out for that. She would be out for red dots. She would not be, you know, doing all that. So the fact that she had the nerve to say, I see you in response to me saying Empress segment, I said, bunch of bull crap. And I felt like, you know, what's sad about this situation is what could have been prevented was if Judah Nazareth would have said Psalm 91 on his end as a Hebrew Israelite to protect himself and his audience. That's what the saddest part about this situation is. And it's also the saddest part about King Brujo. He could have like literally said, you are this way, because literally.
Well, what I'm gonna do is show some clip of Sanetta having knowledge of rapists and child molesters, and Wolf in the pasture that knows this. She has no problem with her husband just a few days ago, who labeled Brother Polite powerful. And there's some Hebrew Israelite groups that teach that that an adult can have sex with a 9-year-old girl as long as she has a period. And he said there's many groups that teach that, but he didn't want to say which one. So I'm going to play that and play some other clips as well. But, you know, thank you for coming through, you know, and always feel free. All right.
You're welcome. And, you know, whatever is going on, all of y'all, I'm going to say all of y'all in this live, whatever's going on, just know I got your back. You know, me being a person that's like making connection to Ma'at and all that, you know, I hope that the 42 laws of Ma'at cover all of y'all. I hope that blessings be received. And I hope that, you know, each of you take the information for yourself and do not let Napa fool you. You know, there's a consequence of trying to copy the divine. There's a consequence of trying to copy the Netaru, and there's a consequence.
She actually said
Yeah,
she's
there's a
God.
consequence.
And hold on,
there's a deadly consequence.
Before you go, I want to show you that. Hold on, please.
My husband is a king, but guess what? I'm a queen. My husband is a god, but guess what? I'm a god.
She said she's a god.
Again, she violated one of the laws of Ma'at that says I have not fetishized the image of a god. She violated that. She violated some other laws.
Yes, let me just play those clips about, you know, these child molesters and rapists and all that. But thank you very much for stopping by. Okay, sister.
You're welcome, and blessings to you in France. You know, peace and Hotep. May the scales of Ma'at forever be balanced in your favor and everyone else's, because this justice needs to be done.
Thank you. Likewise. Stay safe. All right. So let me play those clips here, because for those who don't know, we won against the HOK, the House of Conscious Mess, the House of Clowns, spelled with a K. So here's those molestation reports, some fresh ones that just went on, and he still has not brought them up.
After this whole Polite case go on, and when this shit is over with, I want to see all you niggas. Listen to me good, y'all. Rob-on, Garfield, all y'all know who I'm talking about. I want to see all you niggas, because I'm gonna be pulling up some reports of molestation in Harlem, in the Bronx, some fresh ones that just went on. I want to see y'all stand up and fight.
Here you have Filthy Frankie, Scam Cheddar, insulting my mother and my children, and a fake advocate told him you have every right.
So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
Now here is Filthy Frankie's Scam Cheddar labeling Polite powerful 5 months after the sentencing of Polite for abusing a 14-year-old girl.
And y'all gonna hate what I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Brother Polite. Brother Polite. Yeah, y'all gonna hate what I tell y'all right now. Brother Polite. You know why I choose Polite? Because Polite is powerful on all levels when it comes to topics. Polite is not one-dimensional. You see what I'm saying?
I think Brother Polite is horrible.
He could go into the health.
Now, hold on. When he came on my panel just a few days ago, this is how I greeted him. I told him, F you.
Trauma and everything I've been through and not try.
Yo, check this out. Sanetta, fuck you.
What you want, Sanetta? Get your ass out of here.
Hey. And this is Filthy Frankie Sanetta telling live on air that he knows there's many Hebrew Israelite groups, not persons, groups, teaching a man can have sex with a 9-year-old girl if she has her period. But he did not want to say their names. He said our names when he insulted us. And I'm not talking about name of people. He did not even say the name of the organizations. So is ISUPK one of them?
Listen, you
So,
think I'm new
listen,
to
okay,
the
can I
show?
talk now? Can I talk now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Sekou didn't say anything pseudo at all, and the people have stated that for years. You know, now Sanetta, if you don't mind, you said that other people teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl. Like, do you mind telling which other Hebrew Israelite organization teach that? Because you see, I'm not from New York, you know, so to me it's news, and I'd like to know when I go to New York with my daughter where I should avoid going. So if you don't mind, Sanetta, which other Hebrew Israelite organization teach that thing that GMS teach?
Well, there's a lot of Hebrew Israelite groups out there that that teach that. I'm not calling out no names or nothing like that. All I'm gonna tell you is that a lot of them teach that, brother. A lot of Hebrew Israelites teach that.
I appreciate that.
And
Now, this is how he's labeling Black
the
Americans.
niggas, it's like these dumb black ass niggas that was created in America by the white man.
And this is how he's labeling black people. He said that black people ain't
The
shit.
thing I can tell you, brother, is black people, we ain't shit, man. Our people ain't shit. Black people ain't shit, bro. We can talk about this white man all day. But nah, man,
Yeah.
black people ain't them. We ain't shit, man. Our people is fucked up. This slavery shit, I gotta blame it all on slavery, You hear me? This slavery shit done fucked up our mental, everything, man. We ain't shit as a people. We still trying to live off of what our fucking ancestors did 100 goddamn years ago. We built this. We built America. We built that. Okay, granted, you built all that shit. Now that the white man is not hitting you in the back, nigga, no more to make you build it, here's the question I got for you, What the fuck are we building today?
And this is a clear proof and evidence that we, brothers and sisters, have won against the HOK. Here is Filthy Frankie Sanetta begging his members to flag yours truly. Begging hard too.
My people ain't gonna defend me, so I gotta defend myself. One of the ways that you can help out in the audience is that if you see a channel like you see a Shaka Doo, this is how you can handle that. If you want to be a part of the solution, all of y'all, goddamn it, flag that nigga. Everybody, flag that nigga. Get him up out of here. Get the gutter up on out of here, y'all. Get that shit up on out of here. Take a look at it. Say, yo, let me go check this channel out. Look at it and see if it's bringing information. See if it's bringing knowledge. And if it ain't bringing no goddamn knowledge and information, something that can carry us on, I don't care if we disagree with the information. Leave them alone. Because we ain't always got to agree with the information, with the knowledge. But if it's not bringing nothing, if it's just bringing the community down with gutter shit, flag that shit. Get them up out of here. Run them up out of here. Stop being afraid to do that, y'all. That's one of the ways we could get the nigga up out of here.
Don't be afraid.
Check. That's how we do
Check.
that.
That's how we do.
Everybody be a part of that shit.
Everybody.
Run that clown up out of here, man. But if y'all say y'all love the HOK and y'all been rocking with me for so many years, flag him. Flag. The nigga. Get him up out of here so we can continue on with the journey, with the with the information. That's all.
Flag him.
Flag the
please.
nigga.
King K wrote, hey Shaka, just wanted to let you know that there's one variations of Afuraka for so-called Philae Paraka. I see raised arms, glyph, Ka or Ka. In this variation, I also see the lion, Ru. I've seen that one with the Ka, you know, and I've showed it actually, you know, in my video. But you have another claim now. That's not what was stated in the PDF, you know. But feel free to share any proposition you have. Rasetti wrote Scam Chatter is poor light's daddy. And Rasetti added Scam Chatter make the dumbest points. Rasetti wrote. So why Paul I didn't he opened up a health store like brother Shari did in Dallas, Texas. He got 2 stores dedicated, I believe he meant to write, to Dr. Sebi work. Yep, he lost that. Look at him doing what Hassan did to him. What is Scam Chatter? They need to flag him for even saying that. Now, E. Walker wrote, Shaka, the video showed a few moments ago with Nabat attempting to move paper with her mind. I believe there is a video on YouTube featuring professional musicians exposing the past foolishness. It's just she wants people to think that it's magic or whatever. But Rasetti wrote, I saw that video. Yeah. So feel free. You know, we won against the HOK. Feel free if you have any comments, any questions, any statements, whether you agree or disagree, feel free. Or if you want to hop on the panel, feel free as well. Oh no, it's the wrong link here. I was going to share the wrong link. My main channel will be back soon, you know. Now, who knows, you know, the fake advocate got some cash app, so who knows? Maybe some people will finance her so she can seek legal action. She has, you know, 10 days, not from now, but from the time YouTube accepted my appeal. Then from that moment, she had 10 days to seek legal action against me, you know. And if she doesn't, which I think she will not do, then after 10 days, my the strikes will go away, so my account will be clear. King K wrote, yes, not the one you showed. I have to find out where Burge got these other two word glyphics on page 951 of his dictionary. Well, it's going to be quick to find it then if you know which page it is from his dictionary. But are you telling me that Burge said that it means Afuraka? I doubt that. But one PhD said that Burge is, I mean, his dictionary, not himself, you know, is useless, and I think it's harsh. But you know, James B. Allen, PhD in Egyptology, he said that Burge is hopefully outdated. But doesn't mean we have to reject everything that Burge said. But his claim of Afuraka in the Temple of Philae is really EU rec, you know. Some people say EU Iraq. So, EU is island. Now, if it means Africa, then we have a mention of IC/NIT being ruler of Africa. Why is it nobody else ever mentioned that? But feel free. So be quiet in the chat now, Don't be shy, King K wrote the word Arek in the glyph spells out Afuraka within his last two variations. Burge is the best one to me. Well, that's your opinion. The new ones just change sounds with different letters. But it's a shame, it's a shame. Let me see on what date Burge died. He died in 1934. So he died 90 years ago. 90 years. Can you imagine close to 100 years how much the scholarship is going to improve? So I don't know when was his latest writing before he passed, but who knows, maybe he died at 77, so he may have been writing before he died. But if, for example, he stopped writing 10 years before his death, then it means that his last writing was 100 years ago. And everybody's free to make claims, but when it comes to Egyptology, that claim doesn't hold any weight. The King K wrote the word Arek in the glyphs. Well, he wrote the word Arek. There's really two words, but I don't know what R is. Now, okay, there is a glyph R, right? But how can you say that Arek spells out Afuraka? And in the first place, you showed us what is EUREC. So your claim is changing and changing and changing. And now you talked about the one where we have the Ka glyph, And I see this type of reasoning with Hebrew-Israelites and Moors, particularly Moors. But they would try to use ancient history, different cultures, different languages, in order to put themselves in the mix. There is not a single Egyptologist who says that it means Afuraka. I don't think there's a single linguist who says that it spells Afuraka. So why continue to uphold this this claim? But feel free, we can talk. Bemsley is asking if this is live. Yes, this is live. Now that's my time, because I'm in France. At the bottom, LUN dot is French for MON dot. Lundi means Monday. And then we have 12, and then février, which is French for February. So this is live, yes. And the fact that I'm reading that comment, anyway, proves to him that this is live. So King K wrote, he just copied sounds / words of our ancestors and ancestresses. I trust he, Burge, corrupted some words too. Arek is a term in his dictionary where the glyph Afuraka is shown. I'm not of Islam. No, I wasn't saying that. You are. I was just saying that, there's some Moorish people, who, for example, the Tameri, Ali Mohammed, the one who showed the fake PhD degree, he claimed that it's Moor. you know, the metaglyph, you know, the whole HOE or the plow, you know. So, and it's probably not the only one also who made that claim. But there is no glyph Afuraka. There is no glyph Afuraka. I'm chilling. So feel free, feel free. Ralph got married. We can talk, we can discuss. But the glyph Afuraka, there is not one glyph Afuraka. But maybe he meant, you know, how Furaka written in hieroglyphic, but we can talk, you know, we can have a look, you know. I took a few hours already looking at that claim, and I showed many scholars, many PhDs, you know, went through a lot of documentation. Are you going to do a video on the Colombian passport bros dying? I'm not aware of that, you know. I heard about passport bros, you know, people who go abroad, you know, to get with some ladies. Usually it's for short experiences, you know. I don't think I should call it short relationships, but some of them, you know, get themselves girlfriends / wives. But all of them, they just go, you know, to basically, you know, hit it and quit it, you know. Dang, passport bros dying looking for women. Well, the thing is that there's a lot of foreign countries where women are way more cooperative, you know, because like we've been seeing lately, you have some women who are wrong and they're blaming you. You know, you heard Frankie insulting my mother and my children, and she told him you have every right, and she has a gang of women who are obviously feminists gone bad who side by her, and not one of them ever told her or ever said publicly that she was wrong for saying you have every right after he insulted my mother. He said F his mother, F his babies. And we heard not long ago, you know, that saying avocado is derogatory. But that woman who told Frankie you have every right, he's been calling me the B word, saying that I'm gay, saying that me and another brother are boyfriends when I'm heterosexual and we never even met, we don't live in the same country. But avocado is derogatory though. She has a one of the latest live stream, that fake advocate. There's my face and there's a B word, but that's not derogatory though. So some people, you know, they ultimately, you know, go overseas, you know, to find some women who are not feminists gone bad. You know what I'm saying? Over 40 dead in less than 2 months. In Colombia alone? Are you sure? Where did you get that info? That seems too much. It's like what, one every 2 days? One person dying every 2 days? I don't know if you can, you know, if there's any news agency that talks about that, you know, because sometimes people come up with figures and numbers, you know, but I don't know how accurate it is. Ralph wrote, man, people need to work on themselves because life is precious. So we still don't have the decision of the Supreme Court regarding Trump, do we? Young Harold wrote, it will be all over the news. I think it will be all over the news too. They would say, you know, the U.S. government is warning its citizens not to travel to Colombia because so many people die. You know, Ralph wrote, 40 deaths outside the country is crazy. King K wrote, can't be that many passport bros channels will be talking about it. or are they? I don't think it's 40 who died in less than 2 months. I really don't think so, you know. And maybe somebody will come up, you know, with a news website, news agency that's going to state that, you know, and that's going to be interesting. But this is another example. A lot of time people claim things and there's nothing to back it up, you know, and that's how religion is, you know. They make claims back then. They went to war, forced people to convert to their religion, and now, you know, those religion people take it as, you know, factual events. Burning bush, the sea parting in two, Pharaoh and his army dying in water, you know. And all kind of other things, you know, all the tales. And if people don't believe those tales, you know, they are considered pagans and bad people. Those who believe in those tales, they rape women, they rape children, and they are promoted by Frankie and others. Andrea Burnett wrote, if it is true, some people think the grass is better on the other side and it's artificial turf. Ralph wrote, Heru, maybe if they were white, if the black said, if the black said to say, I don't really understand that sentence. Heru, maybe if they were white, if the black said to say, it will take more, but that's while dying to find love. King K wrote, but the origin of religion or legion means science. Pseudo-religion is the issue. No, I think religion is something like tying back or getting back into something, but we can have a look together. Yeah, religion is surely not science, that's for sure. Religion is definitely not science. So let's just share the link. You have a team online here. Okay, I would have preferred to start from the second paragraph, but you know, circa 1200, religion, I'm not sure how to pronounce it with a U, state of life bound by monastic vows, also action or conduct indicating a belief in a divine power and reference for and desire to please it. From Anglo-French Anglo-French, that's funny. What is Anglo-French? 11th century, probably. Old French, religion, piety, devotion, religious community, and directly from Latin, religionem, nominative religio, respect for what is sacred, reference for the gods, consciousness, sense of right, moral obligation, fear of the gods, divine service, religious observance, a religion, a faith, a mode of worship, cult, sanctity, holiness, in late Latin monastic life. And this here is what I was talking about. This noun of action was derived from Cicero, from relegere, go through again, in reading or in thought, from re, again, and legere, read. However, popular etymology among the later ancients, Servius, Lactantius, Augustine, had the interpretation of many modern writers connected with religare, to bind fast, via the notion of a place, an obligation on or bound between humans and gods. In that case, the re will be intensive. Another possible origin is religion's careful opposite of negligence. But anyway, I'm going to do search and put science, 0 result. Nothing to do with science. Now, King K wrote, yes, it says to bind, but it doesn't tell you what they are binding with or to. The ancient term rek tells us what the binding to is. Rek means science. In Mother Nature, yes, but religion is not Mother Nature. Religion doesn't come from Mother Nature. Young Hero wrote, thus on them you should know the environment, the people, and position you're putting yourself into. King K wrote, oh, they said it. I didn't know that. They said bind with gods. All right. Well, feel free, brothers and sisters, feel free. Gonna get myself something to drink. Which clip can I play? Gaga Google Scholarship? Let's go.
Yeah, no, but it ain't the people, right? Let me help you out. I'm gonna help y'all out real fast in some language, and I know his audience is listening. Do you know the first language ever? Do you know the first language, either one of y'all?
Well, brothers and sisters, brace yourself. You know, I don't know the first language ever. Apparently, he knows it. Let's listen.
Yes, baby language.
Baby language, right?
So, baby language is a language now? All right, okay. Okay. Well, it's a language, we can learn it and we can speak it, right? Sounds pseudo, but it's okay.
Baby language is the first language. It's Gaga Google, like Lady Gaga, Gaga Google, baby speak. Who else speaks like that? Who else talks? Well, whoever this is, who you are, let me see your face first. Or you're not coming on, you can just sit back. So Gaga Google is numbers, basically. Like most animals, numbers, hand signals, and stuff like that.
Is it serious right now? Gaga Google is numbers? You know, there's one thing I forgot, but you know, he did say that more means navigator, you know what I'm saying? You know, so if it's a nationality, you know, navigators is not supposed to be in a nationality, you know. Anybody can be a navigator, you know. It just takes a little training, you know. You don't need to earn a PhD to become a navigator, but it's okay, you know what I'm saying. Let's listen to the first language, Gaga Google.
Gaga Google, it's numbers. Babies talk to one another. They talk. They're numbers. The other
They sure do.
Right? They know what they communicate with each other. They be talking with each other. You notice that? They be sitting there talking to each other. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know what the hell they saying. The other language, if y'all not familiar with this,
It's a language. How come we don't know what the hell they're saying? So it's an undeciphered language then, I guess.
you can probably find it. You should look that up too. Now, don't try to steal what I'm saying because it's going to be very hard. Give me 1 second.
That's it. Now I can hear. Yeah, it was my battery. My headset's battery went off. So you see that clip that I played? That guy got Google scholarship. Life is unfair. That dude, who's clearly pseudo, he doesn't do a 9 to 5, and he makes a living teaching pseudo stuff like we heard, and also traveling abroad, overseas, in other countries, other continents. Life is really unfair. Now, King K wrote, that's what Medu Nature says. I don't understand what you mean here. I don't understand what you mean. That's what Medu Nature says. Ralph wrote, I just seen an article meaning, I'm sorry, I just saw an article saying 4 men died in Colombia in November, but 23 men were killed. I don't understand. Now, I heard about some people dying in Colombia, but definitely didn't hear like 40 people in the last 2 months, something like that, you know. Now, if 23 men were killed, yeah, but there were no passport bros, were they, you know? LOL, he's just saying things. Yes, it is called Babao. King K wrote, I chose the oldest language is the hieroglyphics. Letters are just shorthand pictures. And her wrote, well, come up and talk about it, King. And Ralph wrote, look. Oh, here's Ralph. What's up, Ralph? How you doing?
I'm doing great, man.
Yeah, that guy was. Is it the first time you heard it?
Nah, that's actually I've been saying that for a while. Since my first children were born, I really thought about it, like comparing it with the Bible, right? And it might sound crazy, but the Tower of Babel, right? They said that everybody spoke one language, and he had to confuse the languages, right? But what I understand, if you get all the babies from every country, they all cry. They all make they use the cooing sound. They, before they start learning a language, they all make the same noise. And what they've done with science is that science use vibrations, man. They use this is a little mat that they got, right? When the baby is crying, they have a vibration that actually stops the baby from crying. They have a little mat. You can order it on Amazon. They have a mat that you can order that'll stop the baby from crying. But they use that mat. I'm not joking, man. You can pull it up on Amazon. And
so it works with every baby that cries. That's it. That mat stops them from crying.
Well, let me ask you this, Shaka. I know you have children, a daughter. When she cries, right? When she cries, a hunger cry is very strong, right? A child's hunger cry is very strong. When a child is happy or laughing, it cools. When a baby is nervous, it makes babies make little fidgeting noises. So they really do, and it's crazy because I ask my kids, I ask the babies, the ones that barely let's say they just learned to talk. I'd be like, what is God? What does God mean to you? And they stop. They want to say something, but they can't say something. And I feel like they know God more than that's because they just brought into the world. That's my theory, right? Because I've done this with all 4 of my children. Just to believe, just my theory. They all did the same faith, and they all made the same they want to say, but they can't say. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not too far fetched from this, but it does sound crazy. And I never heard an Asian baby cry from different from American baby. I never heard a Jamaican baby, a Canadian baby, a European. They all cry.
Babies cry the same. You sure?
But
you know.
I don't know.
you know what? Well, I've heard babies cry, and they don't all cry the same to me. But if there was a mat or mattress or anything that would stop babies from crying, that stuff would be known and used by everybody on the planet Earth. You know.
Oh, look, look, you go pull it up. You can actually pull it up like on like right now. You can actually
I don't need to put it up because it would be known by everybody on the planet Earth. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
hold
If there was one tool that would make babies stop crying, it would be known and used by everybody on the planet Earth.
No.
You know, Dr. Sebi claiming that he can cure AIDS. We see how some people who believe that to this day, you know. But if you could cure it, what stopped him from curing everybody?
Well,
I met one of his, you know,
that's the
Petri Museum. Brought
So
that
look,
up.
see the thing about that, me used to being in the medical field, right? If you stop the cure for diseases, you put the medical industry out of business. So the longer the medical industry is like, long as you can keep people sick, there's a need for medicine. There's a need for doctors. If they start healing the world, there's no need for doctors.
Yeah, but Sebi lived a long life. Now people call him Dr. Sebi. He doesn't have a doctorate degree, but you know, that's what some people like to do. You know, just like we, you know, so-called Dr. Ali Muhammad, but he lived a very long life. You know, so I hear you, but it's not like, you know, they got rid of him because of that. You know, the reality is that he wasn't curing AIDS. He was not curing AIDS.
Yeah, look, I don't know if Sebi was curing AIDS or not. You know, there's other doctors, European doctors as well, that was saying that they could do it as well as Dr. Sebi. He wasn't the only one. Now I never had AIDS.
That's false. I never had it, but that's anybody that's claiming that he can cure AIDS. Now some people claim that AIDS doesn't exist. You know, that's another discussion, another debate. But yeah.
The mat is called Tranquilo mat. It said it was created to calm babies by mimicking similar sounds and motions that experience in the womb. Babies are used to being in the warm cocoon that is their mother's womb, often cries for no reason. So baby breezer Tranquilo mat is the perfect solution. So they have this mat that actually vibrates like it's in the womb, and it adjusts to sounds. So it is out here. It's out here.
Well, it's a belief. You know, if you believe that it stops every baby from crying.
I listen. I don't have any newborns, but I seen a video on YouTube, and I also seen a video of this mat.
Yeah, but I don't doubt that you've seen a video of this baby stop crying when he was on his mat. I saw a doctor that was holding the baby a special way, and the title of the video is like, you know, how to stop every baby from crying. You know what I'm saying? You know, we can see one example, two example, but that clearly won't work with every babies. You know what I'm saying? You know, It's like, you know, you have those churches. And they have some people who come up in front of the pastor, and you know, like some of them get approach the pastor on a wheelchair, or you know, they appear to be sick, and then the pastor prays, and then all of a sudden they heal. They were not sick in the first place, you know. So games like that work with many people. You know, some people come up with a video claim, and some people believe it because, you know, and religion is mainly belief. It's mainly belief.
So they have the same thing for so look, maybe let's say the baby thing not real, but I also know they do this with animals as well. So they do this thing with cats where they can understand the language of cats, and how cats say like a cat would be like something like that, and it's like saying hello. And then look, I tried this goofy stuff. Like I seen this video, right? I tried this goofy stuff, right? So stray cats walking by, I do the noise. They stop and look at me like, he know our language, and I'm like, hold up, is this working? So I'm not putting language.
Right now. You're just making fun right now.
I'm not, man. Because listen, think about it.
Think about making a noise. The cat doesn't say, "Oh, you understand my language."
Yeah. It could be anything. Yeah, it could be anything.
You know, it's not a language issue. It's a sound issue.
Well, all right. So, how come animals can understand every language then?
Who said animals understand every language?
Well, they take commands.
Well, people have animals and they train them. They train them to understand some instructions. But that's those animals were trained, you know. If you
Just like
take if you go
babies,
to a
right?
jungle,
You train babies to learn the language, but before the baby learns the language, it does its own thing it knows. So the feelings that children have or babies have is connected with us, but their language isn't like ours. So same way with the
but hold on,
dog.
hold on,
Dogs
hold on,
bark.
I'm sorry, Ralph, let me get this straight. So you believe that Gaga Google scholarship? You believe that?
I'm
You believe
50-50,
that?
man. I'm
that-
50. I'm 50-50. I'm 50-50.
let me play it again. Let me play it again, just so that people, didn't hear
Yeah.
that. Okay, you have the right to believe in it. Me, I usually say believing is not knowing. To me it's pseudo, but
Yeah.
let me play the Gaga Google. Because apparently it's a language.
Yeah, no, but it ain't the people, right? Let me help you out. I'm gonna help y'all out real fast in some language, and I know his audience is listening. Do you know the first language ever? Do you know the first language, either one of y'all?
Well, brothers and sisters, brace yourself. I don't know the first language ever. Apparently, he knows it. Let's listen.
Yes,
Y'all-
baby language.
Baby language, right?
So, baby language is a language now? All right. Okay. Okay. Well, it's a language. We can learn it and we can speak it, right? Sounds pseudo, but it's okay.
Baby language is the first language. It's Gaga Google, like Lady Gaga, Gaga Google. Baby speak. Who else speaks like that? Who else talks? Well, whoever this is, who you are, let me see your face first. Or you're not coming on. You can just sit back. So, Gaga Google is numbers, basically. Like most animals, they numbers, hand signals, and stuff like that.
Is it serious right now? Gaga Google's numbers? There's one thing I forgot, but he did say that more means navigator. You know what I'm saying? So if it's a nationality, navigators is not supposed to be a nationality. Anybody can be a navigator. It just takes a little training. You don't need to earn a PhD to become a navigator, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Let's listen to the first language, Gaga Google.
Gaga Google, it's numbers. Babies talk to one another. They talk. They're numbers. The other
They sure
language,
do.
right? They know what they communicate with each other. They be talking with each other. You notice that? They be sitting there talking to each
Yeah.
other. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know what the hell they saying. The other language, if y'all not familiar with this, and if
It's a language. How come we don't know what the hell they're saying? So it's an undeciphered language then, I guess.
you can probably find it, you should look that up too. Now, don't try to steal what I'm saying because it's going to be very hard. Give me 1 second.
Don't try to steal what he's saying because it's going to be very hard. And to answer Love My Afro, it was not, if you better laughing, it was Ching Ching. He's the one who actually told me about this video. So, but go ahead, feel free, Ralph. If you would even Gaga Google,
Okay,
then what can I tell you?
So look, okay. I have children. Like I said, I've dealt with, my little cousins being around our kids. They're all around the same age. And it's funny he said that because most of my children know sign language. The ones I have now, they know a little sign. My sister teaches sign language. And he said that's numbers. But the easiest thing to teach to children before you give them a real language is sign language, if you're comparing that to numbers. Right? Yes. Can I make you some toast? No, because we're about to have dinner, and if you want to, go get some fruit or something like that. Go get some bananas, some strawberries, or something like that. All right. So, I've watched our children sit together, not knowing they don't know English yet. They're trying to form words and stuff, but I've watched them have a whole Gaga Google conversation. You know what I'm saying? It is funny, but it's real. And also,
It's not a conversation, brother. It's just making noises. That's not a conversation.
well, to us, we think it's
not
noises because we don't know it. We don't know it, so we think they're just making noises. but they'll do that and go grab toys and share. Now we think, oh, they're just sharing, but what if they really did just have, hey, can you go get me your bear that says I love you and all that stuff? What if they really just did that? See, we don't understand. We can't comprehend.
What if it's unknown? You're just arguing something that is not known.
Yeah, listen, I'm not trying to, like I said, I'm 50-50 on this. You know, this is something I'm totally 50. Yeah, yeah. Look, this needs more studying. This needs more studying to me because this is something I'm very, very interested in. No, just put the phone on. Just put the computer on the charger. Why you let it die?
You know, it's just like religion. You know, people were told stuff, they just chose to believe it, and that's it. So people believe that the sea parted in two, and you know the Hebrew, the Israelites, they walk past, walk between the sea, and then when Pharaoh and his army got behind them, they just drowned. That's a belief.
So look, I got something for that too, right? Let's say if there was a sea that was parted, right? Not saying that somebody just no. Hear what I'm gonna say. Hear what I'm gonna say. I don't think no man lifted his stick up and that joint split in half. But it could have been like a trap. Could have been like, okay, it was a part of a sea. They probably like set up a trap and had like a flood, like say like you put a moat inside of a area, and then once they got a way to travel, they probably chop down something and let the water down like you would do a dam. I'm not saying that man raised his hands or nothing like that, but I'm saying it could have been a way that they used a war tactic and open, split the sea, and then they closed it back up by letting the waters rush back down.
So you believe in that biblical story of the?
Nah, I didn't say that. I did not say that. I didn't say that.
That's gonna make the water continent.
No. I'm saying just like how America opened the what's that thing up there by New York? What's that called? That great dam they got up there. Everybody want to go to the dam that they got. The
Hoover.
Yeah, I think it's the Hoover Dam. Like they open it and they shut it. They open it and close it. It's just like no different from what a beaver would do. A beaver will clog up a part of a river and stop it. And then once the
dam, I'm sorry to interrupt, but a dam that's much more different. And in like 1500 BC, there was no dam, with the Red Sea. Now we're talking about something that's done.
Yeah. It could have been like a little. I'm not jumping out the gate for this. I'm just saying that it could have been like some type of.
I'm jumping out the gate and said this is total fiction. Because the ancient Egyptians, they used to write a lot. And
I'm saying,
you know what? Today Pharaoh died with his army. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm not one of those people that'll take it literally with those hand raised. But I'm also saying, this dude studied under Nepal. Hell no. But
sounds like it.
Hey, look, before I got married, I would have said Nepal could just shake those racks in front of my face. But other than that, no. I'm definitely gonna go back. I'm definitely gonna go back to that baby subject.
You have the right to read the Bible. Many people believe that each actually happened. Whether he raised his hand with a stick or not, they believe this actually happened. They believe in the burning bush too. You know what I'm saying? They believe in Jonas.
See, but I think when they say that burning bush, I think they were just lighting up that good weed. That's all I think. Hey, see that good. They've been writing on hemp for forever, so that good weed been around since the beginning. So I ain't questioning it. I'm just saying, what is the burning bush?
I think Christians would agree with that, but how you doing, Andrew? Feel free.
Yeah, I was just calling since he got on the panel. I was calling to congratulate Negro Well.
Thank you. This has been a great day. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I just it's fun and it's challenging and it's fun. So good for you. Good for you.
Miss Andre.
And also,
one thing I never wanted to do was get married under that white man paper. But,
See, and
but it took me 8 years. I've been wanting to get married, but then again, I've been holding out because of that paper.
see.
Today I did it. Today we did
Uh,
it. Yeah, today we did it. Yes.
well,
Man,
congratulations.
thank you.
I mean, it's either way you go. It's for, people who don't get married. Is either way you go, ain't nothing that says it's got to be done that way either. A lot of people that
That's
stay
right.
together who never jump the broom, right, as they call it.
Yeah.
So, however people choose to live it, that's good for them. But I also wanted to say on this Gaga Goo stuff, there's other ways people know how to quiet babies that ain't got nothing to do with speaking
Oh,
speaking in tongues like that. No,
But
there.
hey, look, I know you done sat down with your baby that made that same noise back at them, and they smiled at you, and they just
But
go in there and hit it.
me personally, I like changing my tone to be appealing to them as babies. So I don't talk like I'm talking. I'm just my baby, and I do all that kind of stuff because that's they understand, they feel that,
Would you
and
think
I'm okay.
would you think that's subconscious that you actually can do that? Like you subconsciously went back to talking baby talk with them to relate. So it's
Well, it's
almost
not
like
baby.
saying
It's just changing my tone. But I don't know. I mean, when you're playing with them, that's what you do. You have to be like them. You can't just be all grown up all the time. I mean,
that's my 50-50 point to it. That's what when you really holding your baby, like all right, my youngest daughter, right? She's so cool, right? I'll sit back and I will really do those sounds with her, because you notice that babies, they use the ba, da, ah, ga sound. They use four, really it's really four kind of sounds they use, like for real. Like,
but those are not hard to do, though. I mean, those are, yeah. So I mean, I can see that because that's not hard to do.
Right.
You just open your mouth, da, and ba. That's not hard.
Those are the original
but
sounds.
I think there's hand gestures and stuff that go along with that. I don't think it's just sound. I think
Right.
kids use their hands, and like we still use our hands when we talk. I think it's all of that combined that helps them understand what it is that they're wanting, right? When babies
Right.
are kicking and stuff, sometimes they're kicking because they're happy. Sometimes they're kicking because they're not happy. I mean, so we as adults have to try to figure out what the hell's going on, right? So I don't think it's not like concrete, but I just think there's some things that we can, ascertain by certain movements that they make and noise that they make. I mean, you can tell when a baby's in distress because their tone changes. So
the
I'm just saying,
vibration of their tone. That's right, the vibration of their tone. Let's say the baby's gassy or something like that, you might get a stronger cry. They might kick their legs. What I learned is if you take their legs and start pushing it towards their stomach and the gas go out, they calm down. So they let you know, hey, something is wrong here. They're just relating it in their language. They can't say it in our language because they can't speak it.
Yeah, but it's a process of elimination, though. It's not like we just understand, right? After a while, you might get a better understanding of what their movements mean, but that's that's prolonged over time. I mean, so I'm not necessarily saying that I believe that it's our original language. I mean, you still got people who, even in certain cultures, who are still grunting and doing all that kind of things over time. So, I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't know if that's. I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say I believe that at all. But I just think the way those guys were explaining it is just ridiculous. I mean, it sounds so. They make it sound stupid. And how do they know it's ones and zeros? How do they know? I mean, that seems like they just come off the top of their head with some stupid stuff just to have some intellectual conversation.
Well, I think everything has a code to it. But then again, when we really look at, like you said, the hand gestures, right? And he said sign language. And it's really easy to teach babies sign language before they really want to talk. We watched this show called Baby Signing Time on YouTube. And if we notice, the babies really do connect with sign language, and they will use their hands to talk because most kids don't want to speak. Yeah, we got kids that are very talkative, but at a young age, they don't want to speak to a lot of different people. So, That's why I say I'm saying it's 50-50, but I'm not willing to go as far as saying it's I wouldn't want to call it the original language because I don't believe the original person was a baby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm not going to say that. But then again, I've yet to hear a baby cry in an adult form or have adult language in crying. Like, they all sound the same. They might not have the same voice, but they all make the same noises to about the same age. When you get
Mm-hmm.
6 to 8 months, you get that ba ba. You get like dada is one of the first words they actually start saying. It's an easy thing to pronounce. So they get to that point. And if we compare this to music, say like do so like where's your
But I just think that's because it's easier.
Yeah, but like say like
it's easier. They won't be able to pronounce, quote unquote complicated words.
That's right.
Sounds. It's not a language; those are sounds that they are making.
What's that thing they do on the piano, like do, sa, re, mi, whatever that? How that go?
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
So look, those are just sounds, but those sounds carry vibrations. Now it's easy for a baby to say do, do, da, whatever, do, da, day. They make all these little gibberish sounds, but at the end of the day, we don't fully know the vibrations of those sounds. But when you get around babies, when you put 3 or 4 babies in a pen together, just like if y'all ever watch Rugrats, nobody understand the babies, but the babies all understand each other, and you always find one baby that's the leader of the other babies controlling something.
How do you know they understand each other?
Okay, this how you know right here. One baby might like them cookies, them animal cookies a whole lot, right? Them little cookie snacks. The other ones, you might have a good baby, a bad baby, and a baby in the middle. Whoever is the leader will lead those babies to doing it. And they talk, man. I'm trying to tell you they talk, but I don't know what they saying. I don't speak gaga goo goo. I just know they know what they doing.
I just think kids just are just gonna follow whoever's going in a direction that they want to go in, and it just depends, right? I mean, kids will they'll grab you by the finger and take you where they want you to go. They will, it's harder to say mama because that means you got to put your lips together. I just think it's just like I said, those things are just da ba are easier to do than ma fa. They're just easier to do.
Do you think mama takes more breath? That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, I feel like it's the language of like the breath of life, right? So if it is a language, it's something that they can't use a lot of breath with.
No, but I think it just takes it takes more to keep your for them to know to keep their lips together. It doesn't do anything to keep. When you say da, your lips don't have to come together. It's just open your mouth and move your tongue down. But when you got to do ma and ba, that takes a little bit more. Takes a little bit da. That's why da is the easiest one to say first out rip. It's not because if you spend time saying da, they're gonna say da eventually, right? If you say they'll do all of that. You go and you help them. They don't. It's not necessarily. I don't think that they come out and just say it. I think they hear it being said. This is what say da, and then they'll say da. But I don't think it's because they know to say that. I think they're taught to say that, right? I mean, I know I taught mine how to say it. I don't think they just out of the blue came out and said that. I don't think they did.
I'm gonna agree with that, but I'm also gonna disagree to say they are trying to reach out. I'm not saying that they know to reach out, but them babies be reaching out, man, and I'm not going to say, hey, I'm with this guy 100% that, he do sound crazy, but I'm not agreeing with that dude.
But there's all kind of theories out there of stuff like that. There's different kinds of theories, and I just will go with they repeat what they hear. That's what I'm going to go with, And when they're too young, all they can do is tell us through crying and laughter how they're feeling, right? And outside of that, we got to try to decipher what's going on. Okay, we fed them. They're still crying. We've done this. Okay, something. So we got to do the hard work of trying to understand what they're trying to communicate. So,
Yeah.
you know, and I think that's, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm not no expert either, but, you know, I've been around kids for a long time, and, you know,
Yeah.
it's all the same, trying to, you know, we are tasked with a harder job of trying to understand what they're saying. So, but it's all good, you know. You know,
I
it's
have a
all
question.
good.
So
Sure.
can we
I have a
explain?
question.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Hold on, please. Cats, they make the same sound. You know, we call it meow. Is that a language too?
Amongst cats, yeah.
Okay. Well, feel free.
Well, when a cat gets, you know, when them cats out there making love, you know what I'm saying? You hear those sounds. It doesn't sound like sound like that cat been getting beat down out there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Or even if they're getting ready to fight, I mean, you can tell, you
right?
can hear this. You know, if they're getting ready to
hear it.
fight, they make a different noise.
And they'd
But
be
you know,
like,
that's with us
you can
too,
tell that they
though.
cussing each other out. They can tell that they cussing each other out. Like, yeah, I meant to see you all week. You know what I'm saying? I've been waiting on you to come through the alley. What's up? You know what I mean? I'd be
Yeah.
like, what? You know,
Yeah.
so and even with dogs will look at, some dogs are mild mannered, some aren't. You know, once some dogs get the barking and realize, hey, hold up, this ain't. So they know,
Yeah.
and animals are able to comprehend every language. Every culture has a dog. And dogs speak Mandarin, they speak Japanese, they understand Mandarin, Japanese, English, whatever you want to say, they will understand it if it's taught. Now, we might not be able to speak dog, but they dang on sure understand what we saying. When you say get in that cage, they know to get in that cage. Okay? So it's not too far-fetched for me.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say I agree. No, so I'm not gonna say I agree. I'm just saying I just think over time, you know, we just learn to, you know, with them, and even if they're in the same bed together, you know, babies do what babies do, and then, you know, that's because they recognize we're the same size, right? You know, and then they act different when they see somebody bigger than them. You know, I think that all that plays into that. I don't think it's just because that they understand each other. They just say, hey, I see somebody that looks the same size I look. And so
Yeah.
then they
Yo, Bennett, hey, V got me tripped. He said meow.
Bennett, behave.
No,
Bennett,
hey,
will you?
VV, that's more like a yeah. Because look, I love this is not any if there's anything I love more than humans, it's animals. And animals will show you an affection that most people can't show you. You know,
Yeah.
And it's hard to say that they don't comprehend our feelings because they do. That's why we got comfort animals. So sometimes you don't have to say nothing, and animals know how you feel. So I'm willing to say emotions might be the first language in my theory, because you can look at somebody and see the pain. You can look at somebody and feel the joy. You can look at somebody and understand that they're confused. So we might not be able to put it into words.
Observation.
Well, it's an observation, but emotions are feelings you get first. So you get the feeling first, then you observe, but you get the feeling of somebody. You might know somebody's uneasy, but they might never told you that. You know,
Because
you might like in a relationship, your girl might be mad at you and don't even express it, and you might have to look at her like, "Hold on, why is she doing it? Baby, you okay? Come talk to me."
Because she's finding her face, you know. She may not talk.
No, listen,
She knows it's just an observation. It's not a language.
No, some women don't carry that anger on their face, man. Every woman. I don't want to bring my woman don't carry that anger around, but I got a feel for it. Like I got a connection to it. Where I like, okay, I might have did something or said something a little earlier.
And so you might be getting a silent treatment, bro. That's
yeah. Sometimes
that's what's cluing you in. We give out something, even if we ain't, if we try to maintain that face where you can't tell, man, it's the silent treatment. If we ain't doing something, that's all of us. I mean, it just, when you ain't, when y'all in your space and you're in your head and you get this, you get quiet. When you get quiet, it's all the same. So, there's some type of language being spoken, and always verbal.
That's right.
Same thing with our kids. Our kids say stuff to us, when they when they're younger and they can't verbalize, they it's that body language tries to
They
tell us what's
emotionalize
going
it.
on.
Yeah, they emotionalize it, and we got to be the
Yeah.
interpreters of it. So I'm
Hmm.
not willing to say this is so far fetched, but I am willing to say this is the craziest thing to say that they decipher by numbers. And that's a little wild to me. But if everything has a genetic, everything has a coding to it, it could be real. But you gotta show me something. You gotta put like 20 babies in front of me, and then do that with all 20 babies. You know what I'm saying?
I feel the same way about that mattress you were talking about. That mattress. I forgot what you used. I feel the same way. What's up, young hero?
Yeah. What kind of Google Gaga conversation y'all got going on? Right?
Well, I'm out here trying to straighten Ralph out a little bit. That's what I'm doing, young hero.
Yeah, I've been listening. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would say, you know what I mean, it is a form of language, but it's not verbally. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because you got to remember, your child be listening to songs from time they're in their mother womb.
Exactly.
Time
That's
they
what I
come
was
out.
reading.
Right. So time they come out the womb, they're hearing songs verbally, and they're learning by your emotions and your reactions, whatever
And
you do. So a lot of times, baby, I would say it's a form of communication, and a lot of times, when you see it, you said about one baby is always leading. Well, that's always, like from a baby to a child. Some people just have that, that leadership role or attention, they get all the attention, but most of the time is because of their actions, and the force that they lead by that people have to follow, or, they demand
yeah,
that attention. But yeah, I would say it's a language in itself, you know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't say if you could comprehend it, like if you're a baby, I mean, most of the time they saying Google or they saying Gaga and Baba because they trying to pronounce the words that they've been hearing since they came out the womb. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
yeah.
I will.
And I believe that language was meant for them to leave. They're never allowed to keep that language because that's what growth is. So like when you
That's
said
not
in
a
the womb,
language. They're trying to pronounce
But
words. That's not a language.
they do lead because you gotta understand. I mean, who made the first language? Who spoke the first words? You see what I'm saying? That man or woman was a child at once. So if it was meant to be Google Gaga, it would have stayed that way. You see what I'm saying? Yeah,
well, look. All right. So we have things we call broken English, right? We don't say the full word. There's a lot of like we might say go outside in America. But in Jamaica they might say go tire yourself.
Mm-hmm.
The dialect is a little different. But isn't to his language, but it's out the language. We gotta decipher that. Cause you might hear some Jamaicans talking a whole bunch of rubbish. They having a whole conversation. You don't know.
Yeah, oh, I know because it's not just Jamaicans, it's the Caribbean, the islands, different places. Everywhere you go, they have different dialogue and slangs they use. You see what I'm saying? But
Those
and
are
a lot of
dialects.
a lot of these places, their first language wasn't even English. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them changed their language, or they brought English to their country to make them speak that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even Haitians or whoever, and when you hear them speak, you say it's broken down because of the way they pronounce the words or the slangs they use in order to communicate that new language. But I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, BB put a perfect comment up there. It's practice talk. So in their world, they're practicing to talk like us. So they probably comprehend. Their IQ probably has it to where that's where they got it, you know, they on that frame of talking until it improves.
Yeah, but regardless of what, it's not a
Not
verbal
language.
it's not a verbal language. You know what I mean? Because just like they cannot write, they can't speak the words. Just like
Let me ask you, is sign language a verbal language?
no, it's exactly
It's
what
not
it
verbal,
is.
but
Sign
that's a
language.
language.
It's a
That's
visual.
language.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if all language isn't verbal, why should we take that from a baby then?
Take
I'm
what
sorry,
from a
come
baby?
again?
If all language isn't completely verbal and sign language isn't verbal, it's sight, then how can we take that from a baby then?
What do you
Take
mean
what from a
take it from a baby?
Well, we taking away the fact that maybe it is a language.
Nah. Number one, you can't compare the two because one, sign language was developed by men. They made the signs mean what they wanted to. So it's a practice. It's not they just do all kind of finger things
I'm
and
gonna
you
throw
know
that
what
at
it
you in
is.
reverse.
Yeah, it has
Babies are man, little men, little women.
but I'm saying
No,
they
they
cannot
are children.
comprehend.
They're not men.
Yeah,
Yeah,
They're not
but
that's
women.
they're little people. I'm saying they're the little people.
right.
Yeah, but
They're-
You know
every
what's you know what's amazing to me is that there's a pseudo Sabia Bay who made that claim, and you go out of your way to defend his claim, but you're free to do so.
I'm not. Hold
The
on.
guy in the book,
I'm not defending his
Sabia Bay.
claim. I'm defending a theory. He's
but
saying
the
it's real. I'm saying
but
that it's 50-50.
but the difference is with the sign language, Negro Ralph, is that that's not something that has to be learned. It's conditional. Those people, some people learn it because they want to be interpreters for the mute, but other people have to do it because they have a mute child. So everybody doesn't have to do that, but they do have. We're going to have to learn how to speak a language in order to communicate when we go out in the world. I mean,
Yeah.
even when people do sign language, they will bring somebody with them that can interpret to the people what they're saying. So that's like Shaka. If I were to go to France, I don't speak French, but if I brought him with me, I'd understand what they're telling me because he would be able to tell me that. So that's in any different language that we don't understand. You have to, somebody has to interpret for you to understand that. So, with kids learning a language, they're constantly around us and listening, and eventually they're gonna get what we're saying. It's not that we're taking it from them; they're advancing to a higher stage of learning how to speak.
Yeah.
So,
And another thing you notice, that's when you know that it's just a form of communication that's not well developed because they don't have the capability to do that yet until they reach an older age and they start asking for stuff and whatever. But when you see two children arguing or saying whatever language they speaking and it's not complete yet because they don't know how to pronounce the words properly with their tongue, a lot of the times they do it by force and action. They would scream on top of their lungs to the other one, but if she's not doing what they say, they will hit them or they will pull whatever the other child have. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, it's obvious that it's just communication, but at a low level because they're still developing. So
That's
I
right.
wouldn't say,
It's not a full developed brain. So I'm saying once the brain develop more, like I said, the IQ will stop them from doing that and have them speak a proper language instead of act out.
that's my point. So that's why you know that it's not a language, it's just communication. Until they are able to comprehend and pronounce words, and know what objects and whatever is, who is mama and daddy, that's when they learn to speak and have a language of communication. But before that, is most of the time it's confusion that they still trying to figure out.
Yeah, because I'm reading this thing right here where it says normal baby speech development. The sounds that newborn babies make until they're about 3 months old are not really speech or language. Baby sounds used by Dustin Baby language are actually baby vocal reflexes. This means that babies will automatically make these sounds with voice box if feeling a certain way. And it goes here to say, at 2 months, your baby may giggle, laugh when you speak to her, and try to copy your mouth movements. So they're practicing to speak English or the language that you speak, but until then, it comes out in their way.
Yeah, because even
And
until
then
they
it,
learn how to say it right, you don't. A lot
yeah,
of times they'll kind of try to say it like, "What? I don't understand the words you're saying." You know, they're trying to say something.
yeah,
You
it's like
know.
broken dialect. And then it goes here that just a month or two later, your baby might begin to form sounds and babbling a bit on their own. This is when the vocal reflexes used in Dustin's baby language may change slightly. And it says most babies may begin copying sounds and using repeat syllables like mama, baba between 6 to 9 months old. So they will break down what we're saying. They can't say it, but they're thinking to formulate it. So it's a broken dialect for them.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm saying 50-50, because I've never heard a baby come out just straight saying like 6 to 9 months, hey yo, what's up? Where that bottle at? You know what I mean? My crackers ain't on the table, daddy. I ain't heard no kid talking like that yet, so
No, they don't. But when they saying baba or whatever, they pointing to the bottle, or they doing some kind of action that, you just know that they hungry before, yeah, it's just communication, that's all it is. And I wouldn't say, like I said, even when they do it to each other, they don't really understand what they trying to say to even each other. So sometimes they have to do it by action, and you see that often.
But let
it
me
says
just
here
share.
they has
But yeah,
no.
but what that guy B said is a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, he too far left. Yeah, he too far left for me. Yeah, I hear a person like that talking, and I be like, man, you need to go grab you some babies and put them in front of a camera and prove this numeral dialogue that you done broke down, because I've never seen what he's talking about, but I have seen babies Google Gaga to each other and play with each other.
Yeah, that's form of communication. And who ain't no babies telling the meaning of what they saying, right?
Facts.
Because I still don't know what baba and most of the times they trying to say dada and mama because that's one of the first things that the parents teach them.
So my daughter over here being nosy now because I'm talking about baby talk, right? She over here standing at the door just listening, right? She 4 years old, so she like, I be asking her, do you still speak baby language? She was like, no. I be like, do you understand babies? She was like, yeah. So I be like, do you still carry the language of the baby? You know what I'm saying? I'm just joking in my head, but I'm really asking a real question though.
Well, she only 4, so she probably can't even comprehend what you saying to her.
Man, I ask all the babies that about 1 year old to 2 years old, do you talk to God? Is God real? Do you see angels? And I get the same expressions, like they want to say it but won't say nothing, because they're the closest to death and the closest to life.
Let me just share what King K sent to me on the email. Now, I don't know the order, but here for now I can tell it looks like it's Budge, but Rek indeed, can be translated as Reket, Reketi as knowledge. So Rek, that would be the word to know. Now, many people pronounce it Rek, and I just did, but this sound here is the H.
So a lot of people struggle because that sound doesn't exist in French nor in English. It does exist in Hebrew, in Arabic, and probably a whole bunch of other languages. So that's arech, rech, but to make it easy, many people pronounce it rek. So here we have, well, here it says rekit is, but so I don't know what that has to do with Afuraka. And here we have, I'm sorry, I don't know which book that is, but that's page 951. So who knows, maybe that's still Budge, one of his book. So armor, and it says lion. I don't know, what is that word here? Lion. I cannot read the full word here. Oh, okay. Here we have the EU glyph regarding reference N18, right? So I don't know why, but whoever that is wrote Arek as if this glyph stands for A by itself. But we know that's EU, not A, you see? But what's interesting is that this thing that, King K sent to me, it says here, the island of Philae. So what does that have to do with Africa? Your own source that you sent to me is saying the same thing that the other scholars said, that this is actually the island of Philae. But for the record, the R, the mouth, this glyph here is the R sound, and then the basket with the handle is the K sound or K sound, So now here he used the L, but here we can see the R. But go ahead, young Joe. I just wanted to.
No, I was going to ask, where is the island of Philae?
The island of Philae, well, I can show you. Looks beautiful. It's in Egypt. There's a temple over there. Open a new tab.
It's in Africa.
And that's where. It's in Egypt. And you have the temple of Isis, and it is inside that temple of Isis that there is this these glyphs, and the brother was saying, and maybe we will see it here. Well, there it is. There it is. That's actually the one. Here, the brother King K believes that this is Afuraka, the origin of the name Africa. But this is Iurek, which is the actual place that we call Philae today. We have it here, and we have it here as well. But the island of Philae itself, you have some. There it is. That temple looks really nice, and yeah. Now, what is it that he wrote? He said it's a secret, can't tell you that. He wrote, no, the rek was for religion. Oh, well, okay. I didn't read all the definition that Birch gave, but see that 3-word, yeah, look at the last 2 glyph variations. The man with the, okay, let me put it back up. I still have it up. It's just struggling on my end. Hold on, let me try again. That'll be quick. Oh, wasn't fast enough. It's just playing with me. Hold on. Oh, didn't do it. It's just, those who have StreamYard will know what I'm talking about. Oh, snap. Hold on. Wasn't fast enough. Shouldn't make me struggle like that. Oh, snap. This is annoying.
It was Philae.
Maybe I would use another software sometime because um okay. Look for it. I don't see the arms raised up. Okay, there it is. Okay, so that's this one. I'm gonna open that one only. Download. Forgot the name. So it should be
Valerie,
sharing
stop
now.
swinging on that door.
So, what you said
Why
the
is it
name
not
was?
sharing? Come again, young hero?
No, I said what you said the name was. Africa.
The name of the
Africa.
place?
No, yeah, the name of the place.
Yeah, I would say EU Rec. This is EU, and here we have Rec, EU Rec. Now we do have the loaf of bread here, so some people may pronounce it EU Reket, but here, for example, we have EU Rec. And what's interesting is that here we have the normal K, and here we have the strong K, like the Arabic Kaf. So this is indeed the island of Philae. Maybe it means island of time, but here we do have the Ka glyph, and at the bottom we have the loaf of bread, which is the T sound or T sound, so if you want to claim that somehow, some way, Afuraka, we have a T here, but this is something made up, This has nothing to do with Africa or Afuraka, but at the end of the day, you can only tell people, and then they just
Make their mind up. Yep.
yeah, because once again, that's why a lot of time I talk about religion. I don't know where Birch got those from, though. People want to believe stuff, people, like I said many times, because something was written, something was stated, something was claimed, and they just want to believe it, and religion is the greatest example, and we've seen example of Google Gaga as well, Gaga Google, something was stated, and then we have some people who just believe it, so
because to say that is so ignorant, because to say that the first language, that's to say like the first human beings on the earth was babies, and I doubt it, you know what I'm saying? Because who was feeding them, who was caring for them, you know what I mean? So yeah, I don't, that's ridiculous.
I agree with that, Haru, because that's like they said, who came first, the chicken or the egg? If you put the egg there first, who's protecting that egg?
Yep. Who's gonna make it hatch?
Mm-hmm.
If the mother not keep that egg warm, it just stay there and rot.
That's right.
Nothing don't hatch from that egg. So.
But coming out the womb, those babies make the same sounds up until 6 months.
Yeah, well, they are a species. They are living species. We all make songs. So it don't matter if it's a dog, a lion, or whatever. When they come out the mother womb, they make songs. Pig, you name it. So, and we are vibration. So songs is inevitable. So.
And if not, if you're gonna say we're vibrations come with numbers.
Well, I ain't no mathematician or no scientist.
Earthquake is a vibration, right?
Huh?
Earthquakes are vibrations, right?
Yeah, earthquakes, tornadoes, lightning.
So they come on a Richter scale, right?
Yes,
tell me about
and the
that.
number we have is to give us the intensity or the strength of the earthquake. It's nothing to do with a sound is the number, but you used to be what did you used to be a Moor or Hebrew-Zollite? What did you used to be before? You sound to me like you are into metaphysics, right?
I'm just a person living life.
Okay, it's all good. King K, I was asking him who said Philae is Paraka, like he wrote here. He wrote, and Philae is really Isparaka, not Iurek. And he replied, so you can add a E in the mouth glyph, but not an A or A. But do you mind answering that question? Who said that
But
File
if it's not
Isparaka?
a R, how can you add it? Like that's like making up stuff. That's pseudo.
No, we have the R, but he's arguing about, we only have the R sound. We don't have the vowel sound. Now the convention in Egyptology is to add the vowel E between the consonants. But as a matter of fact, the R sound or the mouth, it's possible that it is actually pronounced Ra, you see. But besides that, hold on. Oh, Shaka, you showed the page that showed the Iurek with a P at the beginning. Well, brother, I don't mind, even if we don't agree, if we can communicate. But, if I ask you a question and you just skip it,
Yeah, why
on the other show.
he's scared to come up?
Well, maybe he doesn't want to come up, but, it's what amazes me is that we have field called Egyptology that's 200 years old, and some people make claims online and people go out of their way to justify their claims, but we can talk about it.
I guess we're gonna say it's communication there, right?
I don't know what's
I don't know, I'm just waiting for him to say, I don't want to guess.
he's of him proving that. So
But for the record, King K, would you mind telling me who said that File Isparaka? And if it is Paraka, what does it have to do with Afuraka? See, we do that all the time. We as a people, we hear a black person like Sebi came, and I don't know who said it first, but some people said that he was curing AIDS and other diseases. Some people said that he was curing all disease. Until this day, these people still saying that. And Polite is on tape, and he's like, stand up if I cure you of diabetes, and I think he said another sickness or disease, you know what I'm saying? And then his wife stood up. Kwesi said it, and you showed it on the other show. Kwesi, which Kwesi? But if it is Paraka, what does it have to do with Afuraka? Oh, you mean Kwesi Rab? Okay, because when you said Kwesi, I was wondering which Kwesi. Because first Kwesi, I thought about this Ashwa Kwesi. Kwesi Ranahem Pata Akan. Well, yeah, but he's the one claiming that the island of Philae in the Mediterranean Iurek is actually Afuraka. Which Egyptologists, agree with that claim. Which linguists agree with that claim, with a P at the beginning of Iurek. Well, if there's a P at the beginning of Iurek, then it will be Piurek. So Paraka Afuraka, Piurek Afuraka. What is it? That claim is erroneous. With all due respect, that claim is erroneous.
I'm not really good with what you call it, Medunetta. What does Raka mean?
Ra is a sun.
No, Raka. Yeah.
It's best to see the glyph, because I was gonna say Ra is the sun. If you have the sun disk, Ka, if it's the two arms up, then it's translated as a soul. Some people say life force in modern times, but it's always best if you can tell me where I can see that actual word, because you have homonyms as well.
Because I'm looking up the word, right? I'm looking at the word Raka, and it says,
where is that word?
I'm just on Google. I typed in Raka, and it says the name Raka as a boy name means full moon. It is a Sanskrit word name. I'm on my other phone, so I'm not sure. I just typed in Raka meaning in Google.
Yeah, but
And
All
then
kind of
it,
stuff will probably
do they
come up.
say that it's hieroglyphic?
yeah, it says raka. The verb means to be bright, to be hard. Um, I'm just taking
Well,
up bits and pieces of the words that you pulled from the metadata and like trying to compare this with baby language, right? Because like it said, ra, ka, all these things are broken syllables, things that children wouldn't be able to say fully. So it sounds like it's put together through a broken language to me. That's what it sounds like. I can't read it. I don't understand it, but what it sounds like to me is broken language being put together. A very simple language put together.
I'm sorry. What sounds like a broken language to you?
Like saying the word raka. That's like saying I don't know what it means, but
Yeah.
I
Well,
know a baby
I
would be
mean,
like ra or then ra and then be like ka. But
yeah.
if the child is saying that, it could be
I don't know.
spanking. I'm just saying.
I
Okay, go
don't.
ahead.
I don't even know what a raka is. Like, I would like to see it, but any other time, if I don't know if you have a computer, I'd rather see it. But hold on, King K. No, I'm saying file is really pa raka or pa iurek, not afuraka. All right, so okay, it's amazing. Now the pa. Now we have a p and basically the digit 3. That's the aleph. It's the a sound. Pa means the. You see, it's that simple. But I don't know if you've seen that in the text or if you've seen that in the original artifact. But okay, you're saying that file is paraka. Okay, fine. All right. Okay. Now King K wrote Ra is spirit and Ka is soul. I wouldn't say Ra is spirit. I would say Ra. Ra is the sun. Ba usually people say soul, and Ka they would say spirit, and in modern times they say life force. And here Egyptologists confuse Ka with spirit, but it's really soul, darkness. Well, if you know better than Egyptologists, then more power to you. But feel free, brothers
I
and
just
sisters. Feel free.
I just found that same meaning on Google, basically describing the distance of masculine, feminine, and penance of the soul. So, like I
I'm
said,
sorry.
these words are
I'm sorry. Definition of what word?
Raka, you say?
yes,
Is that what Shaka was?
no. It was broken down from Paraka, so I just put in
Yeah,
Raka.
because I see it
Well,
has
I'd rather see
it,
it.
it has meaning.
Don't you? I'm sorry, young
It
Harry.
has
Don't you have a
meanings in
computer, brother? Ralph?
Yes, I do. My kids are on it right now.
it have
All right.
meanings in
Yeah. I'll
Arabic.
speak on it if I see it. Go ahead, young Harry.
It ha- no, I was just saying it have all kind of meanings. It have meanings in Hebrew, Arabic, um, Sanskrit. What that is, I don't know what that is. But in Hindu as well, this word has different meanings in different languages in different times. So I don't know if you see. Hold on, let me see something.
Yeah, it's
In
showing.
the
They're showing
meantime,
like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different languages here, but they're all going to somewhere with sun, moon, soul, light,
Yeah.
something like
yeah,
that.
but once again, I don't know what language that is. I don't know what word you're talking about. And so I rather people. So young Harold, maybe if you can share it. But King K wrote they put the glyph Afuraka in File word. Why did they do that? Who put the glyph Afuraka in File word? Who did that? Feel free, brothers and sisters. Feel free. I'm really looking forward to giving middle lecture classes again. But we just need more people. We just need more people because
What
the
does
thing is that
Raka mean?
there's a what does Raka mean
No, I'm reading it like, what does it mean in the Bible? It means worthless or empty.
in the
I'm just
Bible?
looking at, yeah, in the Bible it says worthless or empty, the word Raka.
Okay. You know what language is Raka, brother?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm doing all
So
the
so
research
so
I can on it.
why do you ask what does it mean if you don't even know what language
No,
it is?
I'm asking Google because, like I said, it gave so many different time frames of people using that word, and it's so similar. I'm just trying to, do my studies. Just doing studies as we talk. I like to learn. That's it.
Mm. I mean, no. I mean, we can talk. You know, I have time. We can talk about anything. But you know, I was just you see at first when you mentioned it, I thought it was hieroglyphic. I thought it was Medunetra. You know, but King Cable, don't look in the Bible. So now Kinke is saying that they put the glyph Afuraka in Philae, and when I ask him who put Afuraka, now he says in the Philae term I sent you. Okay, well at this point it's just too confusing. Whenever you can get on the panel, feel free. If you don't want to come up, I understand. Keep it in the chat, but I cannot make you change your mind. You know what I'm saying? Like this claim that Iurek or whatever, however you want to pronounce it, what we've seen in great detail. If you believe it's Afuraka, then hey, more power to you. I cannot make you change your mind. Burge did it, but Burge, okay. Can you show me Burge who writing Afuraka? Can you show me that, brother? He didn't do that. Burge never did that, brother. Burge didn't do that. Burge did not do that. He did not type Hafuraka, did he?
All right, Shaka. I'm going to step down so I can learn. I'm about to step down so I can learn. I want to hear y'all talk. I hope this guy comes.
You can stay on the panel, brother. You can stay on the panel. But now he's claiming that Burge did it. Even if he did it, it's outdated, and he will be the only one who did it. But to my knowledge, he didn't do that. He didn't do that, did he, King K?
I'd love to see King K come up here and talk about it.
All right, okay. All right. You showed me in the glyphs. Please send me an email with Burge writing Afuraka, please. Or send me an image with Burge, a screen capture with Burge saying Africa. Afuraka or Africa. For those glyphs, Iurek. And as a matter of fact, any other glyphs you please. We're gonna take it there. Okay. All right. How long will you be? Will you be 2 minutes, 10 minutes, or 2 weeks? That doesn't exist, brother. King K, come on. He didn't do that. He didn't put Afuraka. He did not put Africa. But anyway, let's keep it going, brothers and sisters. Feel free. Feel free. If you have any questions, feel free. Now, if I don't know, I don't know. I will tell you I don't know. When Ralph was asking me, Raka, I don't know what language it is. I don't know. I will have to see. The Ra that I know is the sun disk. So Ra, the sun, which is God, the deity, and the Ka that I know. There's a few. There's the bull. That's Ka, but you have homonym. So when it's the two arms up, it's translated as once again spirit or life force.
Yeah.
If anybody 1 minute, okay, 1 minute, we're gonna see Burge.
Yeah, I think. Hold on, I was trying to remember how to share the screen, but I think it's these terms is more modern terms with the word Raka. Like as far as their meaning and definition of what it is. But,
you on your computer, brother, Young Hero?
Well, I'm on this little hand tablet thing I got.
Yeah. Do you see at the bottom present? You have first at the bottom you have mute, stop cam, settings, and present. Do you see present?
Hold on, let me see. Let me put it on more. Hold on, is this? Hold on. Let's see. Mic, chats, cam. No, I don't see no chats.
Mine says settings, stream, audience, comments, and cancel.
says I know on my computer.
Let me see on
Settings,
my
Windows
phone what it
settings.
says. On my phone, it may not be the same as the tablet, but
Oh, I don't think it's the same.
oh yeah, no, sorry, no, you need to go to oh no, you know you cannot share the screen. Hold on, I'm gonna go up because there's echo. No, you cannot share on a mobile phone, so probably you cannot share on the tablet. That's why. Yeah, need to be on a computer, on a PC. Well, it's been a minute, King K. It's been a minute, but it's okay. You can take 5, you can take 10, you can take 15, you can take 20. I'll be there for a while. I mean, King is not wrong with saying, okay, Bush didn't say that, you know, like Bush did not write Afuraka. He did not write Africa either for this Greece we've been talking about. See, brothers and sisters, it's okay if we don't have a word, an ancient word for Africa. It's okay. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. We don't need to make one up. Now, if we want to make one up, let's make one up. But we don't need to claim it was in the Medu Neter or hieroglyphic.
The
If it was,
internet messing up.
oh, is it? Okay. Let me see on my end. Hold on.
Yeah, the sound messing up pretty bad.
I hear you clear.
Actually,
You hear
it
me?
sounds okay on my end. I think it's on your end, Ralph. I just checked on the app, and the sound was clear. You know, it was not breaking up. I think it's on your end. Can you hear me, Ralph?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, he probably caught out. You hear me, Shaka?
Yeah, I hear you, Hero. I just put it in the chat so you can see it. It's on your end, Ralph. Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah.
Feel free, brothers and sisters. We can agree or disagree. And hey, Gaga Gugu, Afuraka, anything goes.
Such is life. Everybody have their own opinions.
But beliefs is very strong. Beliefs are very, very strong. You know, people will just, you know, just defend their beliefs to the fullest, you know. But believing is not knowing.
Yeah.
And with the Medu Neter, with the hieroglyphic, there's so many claims, so many claims. People have been claiming so many things. You know. I heard Astro Crazy say New Ankh. That's you know the origin of Noah's Ark. Now King K wrote, I'm reading the actual glyphs. I sent it. I received the email, so I'm gonna download. And just like I expected, you know, it doesn't say Africa anywhere. But I'm gonna show you.
You don't want to come up.
Oh, it's okay. It doesn't have to, but it tells me error downloading. It's okay. I'm gonna transfer it to myself and try downloading it again. Boom. Now send message, and then try download. Yeah, it worked. So I'm
They
gonna
do
put it
that
up.
with all the Arabic language and the Hebrew language too. You know, they would be like, someone would
Cool.
say the word mean this and the word mean that, but the other person that reading the same book say no, it mean this, and he went to this book and that book to find out the real meaning and all kind of things. So
Yeah, lots of time people claim they claim stuff, but here, let me show you what he sent to me. Here,
Where did Burge write Africa or Africa? Nowhere. Nowhere. Now, if you want to claim that this is Ka, okay, because he has the arms up, right? Now, these people who says Ru, you know, and during the time of the Greeks and the Romans, they use it for the letter L. You know, those who want to look up how they wrote Ptolemy, they've used that line, right? So, do we have an L in Africa or Africa? No, we don't. This is a K. So we have the K before the R in Africa. The K sound or K sound in Africa is after the R, not before the R. But, you know. Ralph wrote, I agree with believing is not knowing, but it's trying to find understanding. And King wrote, we know Ka means soul and not spirit because Ka deity is darkness. What is Ka deity?
I never heard that one before.
Yeah.
Ka.
Now, he wrote, I circled Aureka or Auka or Auraka. We use double R, not an L. Okay, so he's saying himself, King K is saying himself that he circled Aureka. Aureka is not Afuraka. Or Auraka. Auraka is not Afuraka. Even yourself, you're writing otherwise than what you're claiming. But anyway, feel free, brothers and sisters. We have the right to agree or disagree. But once again, I've been online for 19 years and people have been making claims, and there's some people who agree and they're defending the claim, but the specialists and the experts, they don't agree at all. Y'all don't know the deities Ka and Kait? They are the darkness. Well, please give me some, direct me to some, you know. I'm not aware. I don't know everything. I don't know it all, but I don't know the deity Ka. And I don't know the deity Kait. No, I don't know. Which book can we find that? Or which article? Feel free, brothers and sisters. Feel free. Does anybody know the deity Ka? But yeah, like I was saying, you know, Ashok Kwezi talked about New Ankh for Noah's Ark, you know.
Yeah, the only thing I see about the Ka, it is an Egypt concept, distinguish between the living and a dead person with death occurring.
I'm sorry, I heard you far away.
Yeah, it says it have different meanings to that Ka thing, but it ain't saying nothing about a deity. It said man and gods that is connected with it, with the creative life force, and it has another.
Yeah, life force indeed. Yeah, spirit or life force. In the modern time, they use the term life force.
Yeah, a principal aspect of the soul of a human being or of a god. So I don't know.
Now, maybe there's a god called Ka, but I'm not aware of it, and I don't know everything.
It's more a principle than anything. It's more like understanding.
From what I know, yes, but you know, you can learn something new. Like King K wrote Shaka, I'm showing that Egyptologists are picking and choosing which vowels to use. Their EU is AU, their RE is RA. Well, you can say that Egyptologists are picking and choosing, but they studied for, you know, at least 9 years. They know many different languages. They're very, very skilled, you know. If you want to say that they are picking and choosing, hey, more power to you.
Yeah. It also have the Ka statue.
I'm sorry?
You know about the Ka statue? It's a
What is
type
that,
of
brother?
it's a type of ancient Egyptian statue intended to provide a resting place for the Ka life force or spirit of a person after death. So it's basically like a coffin, like a a resting place. It has this statue yeah, with the two hands on top the guy head, like the fork.
Like the what, brother?
The fork, like the thing, like like the football thing, like the two hands you be showing.
Two hands
What's
like
it?
that?
Yeah, it's on top the guy head on a statue, but I don't see.
Maybe easier when people can show because but here for the record, King K wrote Ka and Kaid are two of the deities of the Ogdoad. So I've put the Ogdoad link, that's Wikipedia, and I don't see Ka, you know. I don't see Ka. Anybody sees Ka, let me know. And King K wrote again, that Egyptologists are confused. They're confusing Ka with spirit. Spirit is light, Ra. Said who? Not Ka. And he says that Ka is darkness, soul. Okay. Feel free, brothers and sisters. It's open panel. We can talk about everything, anything. They also go by the names Kaka and Kakite. Well, yeah, I did see. Well, no, I did not see that, but we have Kekui. Basically, we have Nunet, Hehu, Hehut, Kekui, Kekuit, Ker, and Keret. Basically, masculine, feminine. When you have the T at the end, that becomes feminine. But I did not see Kaka. Their names were on there, Shaka. On there, you see that? You see Kaka here? Okay. Whenever you want to come up, feel free, because we're not going anywhere so far. Feel free, brothers and sisters. Open panel. Feel free. It makes me think of the guy who claimed that the chem glyph doesn't deal with color, that it deals with water. That Kemet means riparian land or riparian country, and he and his associates used to like to mention other scholars, and they basically want you to read full books, so they can come up with other things to lie about, but they will not show you, okay, here is what the author said. They would just make claims like that. And slowly but surely we will get there, if we take more habits of, going to, doing scholarship doesn't mean being scholars, but, doing proper scholarship. Because once again, you have people like Butler Reggie, who said Ahmad is a bird,
that Heroes Greek. You have Pum Pum Smash Rockwell, who said that Kush is not in Nubia, and he also said that the Hyksos are fake. They made that up, and we're not progressing with people like that, you know. King K wrote, they will say KK and KK because Egyptologists choose to put the E where they don't know which vowel to use. Okay, all right. Well, we do have the vowel sounds in the Middle Nature, not all the time, but many times we do have it, you know. And what helps is the Coptic, which is the latest phase and latest stage, and we do have vowel sounds in the Coptic as well. So, you know. Is there anybody that believes that the word Africa is written in the Middle Nature and hieroglyphic, and that it was Afuraka or any other derivative? Is there anybody else that believes that? Hey Shaka, the bull makes the ka sound, right? It's ka, yes, for the bull, indeed, yes. According to Egyptology, yes. Well, while it's getting quiet, can check Gardiner. Well, you know what? We're gonna deal with, you know, modern times, or modern scholarship, if people prefer. Share the screen. This is James P. Allen's Middle Egyptian. He's a PhD. And on page 532, we do have Ka here, which is bull. You have the K and you have the Aleph, which is the A sound. You see, it looks very similar to digit 3, but it's not exactly the same. So Ka, bull. And just at the top, we have Ka, the two arms up. It has an S there, but it's CSS7. But anyway, so you know it doesn't come from me. I didn't make that up. Well, the bull was there in one of the glyphs I showed you. Okay. All right.
Alright, man, that's a dead letter. It doesn't prove anything. You're just trying to make up stuff now.
Well, you know, trying to be diplomatic, so if I say it's sad or it's a shame, it may sound like, you know, I'm gonna be condescending, and I don't want to sound condescending, but that claim comes from one person years ago. It's not backed up by any scholar. The glyphs don't even say that. The sound, that's not the sounds that we have on the glyphs.
Yeah, it don't match.
No scholar agrees with that. No Egyptologist, not even a linguist to my knowledge. There's a brother, and if that counts, because some people are xenophobic, he is originally from Africa. From America. I don't know if I should say he is or he was a Black American, but he's been living in Ghana for a few years now, you know. His name escapes me for a second. What's the name of the website again? The website up with the language. Okay, no problem. I'm gonna put Dr. Campbell. Dr. Campbell. Let me share his website. Dr. Obadele Campbell. He's a PhD in linguistics. There's a Dr. Jahi Issa, along with two other scholars, who wrote a book. I think it's called The Origin of the Word Amen. And Dr. Obadele Campbell wrote because he disagreed with their claim. did not insult them. Dr. Jahis, was not happy about me reading, you know, and I can share the link anyway. But you have his link in the chat. So if I put Jahisa, there you have it in the chat. Dr. Jai Issa felt I was biased by reading Dr. Campbell's critique. And you have the link. So in your own time, you know, if you want to, you don't have to. But Dr. Campbell, he did not have like the mentality like, okay, that's a brother. I'm not going to criticize him. I'm not going to say I disagree. You know, it's about scholarship. King Carol, you saw the bull glyph in Burgess' so-called Arek Philae glyph, right? Brother, feel free to get on the panel whenever you can, or send anybody else to get on the panel and we can have that talk. But, you know, you're going to make me go through the book and show you that what you're claiming is not there. And, you know, I don't have time. I don't mind. But come on now, you know, get on the panel if you want to, or get somebody else to get on the panel, you know.
And you did it
But
a
what I
number
can
of
tell you for
times.
sure with confidence is that those glyphs do not spell Afuraka at all. It doesn't. Go ahead, young Harold. Sorry.
No, I just say, yeah, you proved it over and over. It's not what he says it's meaning. So no need to keep going on.
Yeah, and but that's the
Come and
thing.
have a conversation. Yeah.
That's why I talk about religion, because that's what people do with religion. They believe something just because it's written, and they consider that it's the word of God, or it's the word of people chosen by God, appointed by God, and they defend it tooth and nail. So we can talk about it. It's interesting, but believing is not knowing. And as a people, you know, we can update. We can update. We can, you know, stop digressing. Because besides belief, and I wanted to do a live stream about that, but then, you know, I had to make my channel private. We have people who teach that they hate Africans, and not just one, many. And the so-called conscious people, they accept that. And they teach that publicly. Thank you for the cash app. I don't want to say the, well, it's somebody that was in the chat actually, so I can say because it's the same name. Let me look for comment. I'm going up. There it is. Walker, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Dear brothers and sisters, I'm going to share the link if you want to get on the panel. It's open panel, free talk. We can talk about everything, anything. Feel free. Whether you agree or disagree is fine. You know, who knows? I may be wrong about what I've said about the hieroglyphic. You know, I don't think I am, but you know, yeah. Go ahead, young hero. Try to speak louder or closer to the. You know, young hero. You got to get some ear set because every time there's some echo. So I think you use the loudspeaker. But feel free.
Yeah, on this tablet thing, that's why when I'm on my phone it's better. But
But can't you use the ear set on with the tablet?
Nah, the plug that I have for it is not compatible.
Never mind. Okay, but feel free. But try to find something, maybe some, you know, Bluetooth earpiece or whatever. But you hear the echo. The echo is strong on top of that. But go ahead, brother. You can hear.
Yeah, you made me forget what I was saying now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I messed up.
About the hieroglyphic you was talking about. Damn, what was I going to ask you? I was going to ask you a question, but it slipped my mind. Oh yeah, so with the whole metal neta thing, right? So the the Book of the Dead and all these ancient books, it was in hieroglyphics, right? How did they
Yes.
translate it?
Champollion is credited, as the first person to translate it. But the key thing is that when the hieroglyphic language was still spoken, the Greeks were there, so they could hear it and they could understand it. And they also wrote in their own language, which is Greek. And that's why the Rosetta Stone is so instrumental, because we have the same text written in hieroglyphic and in Greek as well.
Right, right.
So the people who knew the Greek language, and also some of them knew the Coptic language, or some of it, they were able to, figure out, what it means,
Right, and
Those two languages. Yes, go ahead.
some people still speak the Greek language on this earth.
Of course. Of course.
Okay. In Greece and
Yes,
places like that, right?
in Greece and a few other countries, indeed. Yes, Greek is still, spoken
Okay.
language,
Right, right. Now I'm just trying to put two and two together, Yeah, so a lot of these things, like I try to correlate everything, because all these books, biblical and Hebrew and Arabic and this one and that one, and you have the ancient, which everything basically derived from, if you ask me. That's why I think even the Greeks was studying from ancient teachings. That's how they came up with a lot of stuff that they interpreted to their understanding. But yeah, I would say, like, I don't like to, because it's all one and the same, because I just like feel like I a lot of the ancient stories is more real, like you could relate to it more, and some of it is more basic and understanding more to reality, even if is a lot of it is allegories or mythological. So, like, a lot of things, like, even in that aspect, people take these things literally a lot of times. Like, some things I just I don't know, I just can't see it as literal, some of the stories. But as far as the lessons in some of the stories and the conditions of what to do and what not to do, and the weighing of your heart, and certain things just make sense, that you see it in everyday's man way of life. So things like that I take from these teachings, you know what I'm saying? But I see a lot of people take everything literal and they try to make it as reality, so, and there's no census to tell you that it's real, because no man never came back and tell you that it's real, but yeah, I just who knows, man.
Yeah, a lot of people take ancient writings as literal, but but the difference with ancient Egypt is that we have documentation from themselves. What's the word? Contemporaneous of the events or the people that they talked about. So contemporaneous, I mean during the lifetime of the people or the events that they documented. When it comes to the Bible, zero. Well, when I say the Bible, okay, let's say, well, I could say zero. Is there a single writing of the Bible that's contemporaneous from any event or person that they talk about? I don't think so. And that's already a huge difference. Besides the fact that many writing that we have from Kemet or ancient Egypt that's contemporaneous from the time period that they, from the events that they documented, or the people that they talked about or that they wrote about. We have some other cultures, other languages, when they talk about those people as well.
And many people may have heard about the Amarna letters. You know, it's in cuneiform writing, and it's communication with the rulership of ancient Egypt. You know, so that will be, you know, most likely during the lifetime of Akhenaten / T, his mother. You know,
Right.
but that exists. That's one example. So when it comes to the ancient Egyptian rulers, many of them are very well attested. So we're dealing with history. We're not dealing with fiction. Carl wrote, Nunet is those vibrational waves moving through the universe. Who's making those waves? Brother, I have no idea who's making those waves. Feel free, brothers and sisters.
This guy, yeah.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, you know, some stuff I don't know. I say straight away. I don't know. I have an idea. I'm gonna say I think, you know, but I don't know who's making those waves.
Yeah, I think we, you know, like I be listening to certain people on certain subjects, and everybody trying to see which one is better and which one is, you know, better.
We barely hear you, brother. Try to speak louder, brother.
You hear me?
Yeah, it's better now, please. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, like, everybody trying to say which book is better, which Bible is better, and yada yada. But you know, like I said, it's all mythological, man. No matter what they say or come up
Bible
with.
allows rape.
Huh?
The Bible allows rape.
Yeah,
Rape is allowed in the Bible.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Shaka. It's in the Bible, but if you make it reality in your mind, it will manifest itself in reality. You feel me? Oh yeah. So if you accept that bullshit, you will. That's why you got preachers and all kind of people taking advantage of kids and touching children and you know all that sickness, man. So
We heard about the Catholic Church, you know. I don't need to go in details.
Yep, they just send them to another church when they get caught. You know what I'm saying? So where they got that concept from to be doing these things? Yet they say in the same Bible telling them not to be with a woman. You see what I'm saying? Like it's sick, man.
Now I don't think it says that, but Paul is kind of advising people to be celibate. But of course, I'm not saying that, you know, all Catholic are into harming children, you know, or raping, you know. But it's a reality that there's a lot of Catholic priests who have been sexually abusing boys and girls, a lot of time boys, and the hierarchy of these different Catholic churches know about it, and like Young Hero said, it's documented. They send those guilty people to other countries, basically protecting them, you know. But then when there were too many cases, ultimately, they ended up, you know, paying money to the families, and some of them, you know, ended up, you know, some of the rapists, child molesters ended up, you know, going to prison. But by the time they go to prison, or by the time the family gets paid off, you know, doing, you know, out of court settlements, how many children, you know, were abused, you know? King K wrote, the Bible is against nature. And actually, you know, I told you, you know, Ashwakwezi, he said, you know, no ankh, and that is supposedly, according to him, you know, the origin of the term Noah's Ark. And you know, if I'm not mistaken, he said, you know, Medu Nature, that would be the origin of Mother Nature. I don't know where he got that from, but you know, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, you know, but Ralph wrote, why is it that all spiritual books are related to mythology and not astrology, astronomy, science? Well, there's a fair bit of astrology in some spiritual books or religious books, you know. But science and religion, you know. I guess we could say two different things, you know. But particularly the Abrahamic religion. History and religion. I guess we can say the Abrahamic belief system, you know, and history, you know.
Yeah, it's all superstition. That's why it's mythology. You know what I mean? Because like most of it is belief. You know, it's out of mind. You know what I'm saying? So what else could it be? You know what I mean?
See, brother Young Hero, King K wrote, LOL, I heard that Mother Nature thing before and I knew it was false. But you believe that Iurek is Afuraka. And he added, just like black woman is God. There's one thing though. If you agree with most of the things people say, you're popular. You're quite popular. But it's a known thing. I've been online for a long time, and I tell when I disagree, not to be disrespectful, not to be combative, but the Gaga Google stuff, you know, to me that's so funny. King K wrote, yeah, because I'm paying attention to the actual glyphs. Okay, I'm paying attention to the actual glyphs myself. I've been studying the glyphs for years. It doesn't say Afuraka. You believe it says Afuraka because you read somebody who claimed that. Am I correct? Before you read that PDF, you never came to that conclusion, did you? Sometimes people had a belief or stance for a while, and they feel like because it's been a while, they will look bad if they just, you know, no longer hold that stance.
Yeah,
It's like we have seen. There's a lady who called me gay, who said that I have a boyfriend when I'm heterosexual, and that dude, I never met him in my life. She called me the B word so many damn times. It's even in the thumbnail on one of her latest video. No criticism. But we heard somebody say that saying avocado is derogatory. Some people can never say when they are wrong or when other people that they are close to are wrong. You know?
Yep. It's just
And
like those. Go ahead.
yeah, go ahead, brother.
No, I was just saying it's just like those believers, you know, in religion, you know, even when, you know, it clearly say rape in the book, they will go to all kind of extents, to go to all kind of languages to, you know, say it's something else. But, you know, that's the same belief thing too. You know, when they wrong, and they can't accept it. Hold on one second.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. For those who wonder, I've already shared a PhD. Now it's a woman. Not that it makes a difference. Not that it makes a difference, but and it was on the website Torah.com. Well, let me look for the link so I can share this. It's better to do that actually. I'm gonna share the link so you can see that PhD. Oh, you know what? I know how to find it, so I'm gonna put just forgot. Was it on the Torah.com?
Bible and Assyrian. Yeah, it's Torah.com. So here in the chat, the PhD's name, the article's name, and the link. Hopefully it will all fit. And it does. Here, Dr. Eve. I don't know why there's no space between the dot and the E, but Dr. Eve Levavi Feinstein, The Rape of the Unbetrothed Virgin in Torah and Assyrian Law. And you have the link. And it's hosted on thetorah.com. That's why I didn't find it straight away, because I looked for Torah.com, but it's thetorah.com. Now, King wrote the word afu, au, af, all means flesh, just like island. Okay. Ralph wrote, oh, I'm sorry. We know we are breathing air, but don't know what the breath of life is and what's the equation of air. Don't understand that message. King K wrote, plus we have eight deities named Afura and Nafurite. We have a deity named Afura in Kemet. It's written in hieroglyphic. Can you direct me to some text? I don't know it all. I may learn something new. Yes, Shaka LOL. Well, feel free to direct me. I mean, you can just type the name of the book and just give me the page. There's a rapper called Afura, but DT, I'm not familiar with. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I'm not familiar with it. Has anybody heard of a god called Afura? King K wrote, the rapper gets his name from the deity. All right, where can we find the deity? Can somebody tell me where I can find the deity Afura? I'm about to get it. All right, I'm gonna learn something today. Once again, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just asking where I can find it. Ralph wrote, air is a compound with several equivalents of gases, and it has a mathematical number. So what is the breath of life? I don't know. But there's many scientists, many people study science, astrophysicians, I guess they will be more qualified than me to answer that question. We have a lot of people who talk about very scientific things, but there's something very simple, which is a language. I'm really looking forward to teaching Mother Nature, but we need more people. We need more people. We need more people. Because the people who've been paying for the private classes, it was $10 an hour. Some people charge $50 an hour. But maybe xenophobia play a part, you know. But it's okay. It is life. It is what it is. I'm not complaining. So we can talk about anything. Feel free, brothers and sisters. King K is about to let us know about Afura, where we can find the god Afura.
What's the
If you have any questions or comments? Yes, go ahead, brother.
how you spell the Afura? Yeah.
Well, the rapper, AFU-RA, and you have the link here on his Wikipedia page. But the god Afura, I don't know. Brothers and sisters, do you have any questions about the Meta Show? Or any statements? If you disagree with me, feel free. And it can be anything, you know. It's an open panel, free talk. Take advantage. I'm actually on holiday. You know, I'm on holiday, so. King K tells you how to spell it, but we still haven't seen, you know, any text. He hasn't told us yes where. He hasn't told us yet where we can find the god Afura.
Yeah, I don't see.
Ralph wrote, how old is sun worship? And is it older than Ra? I don't know how old it is. Because people probably worship the sun, sorry. Young hero, feel free to go on mute because there's an echo.
Yeah, my bad.
No problem, brother. It's all good. People probably worship the sun before documentation about it was written. So how can we know how old it is? Now, is it older than Ra? You mean the Egyptian deity? How will we know? But now, if you put Ra to mean the sun, most likely no, it will not be. You know, the sun worship will not be older than the sun. You have to have the sun first. But yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know. Iwoko wrote, Brother Shaka, do you still offer the private classes? Yes, indeed. It's in the description of all my videos, you know. It's the second link. The first link is for the hats and the shirts and so on, but in the description, that's what you can have. Oh, it does. This is too much, so I'm gonna delete and repost. I'm gonna repost. You have this, my email address, and I wrote, you know, email for Medunature hieroglyphic lessons only because, you know, some people, you know, send you messages, you know, about different topics, and, you know, I spend a lot of time, you know, being online doing live streams, so, you know, I cannot really spend time, you know, communicating and writing with people that I don't even know. But yes, I still do the private classes. I really wouldn't mind doing Medunature classes free of charge. I'm just waiting for more people to be in attendance. But in the meantime, anybody who wants to have private classes, the price hasn't changed for all these years. It's $10 for an hour. And sometimes I go over the hour. It's on me, you know. and some people charge 5 times as much. I think Jabarius asked his wife, you know, she you know, if you calculate, that's the equivalent of $50 an hour. You know, and for DCG Ultimates, I think it's like maybe $60 an hour if you make the calculation. But you know, people are free to do what they want. You know, so good. Well, it's getting quiet. I guess I'm gonna end this stream soon. Then you know, we've been on for 3 hours anyway, so I'm not tired. However, you know, so I could have hung on a bit longer.
Yeah, so let me get this straight. The metadata correlates to the hieroglyphics? Are they one and the
Metanature
same?
is one of the same. It's just that Metanature is how they call it in the hieroglyphic or the ancient Egyptian language. You know, so Metanature basically means, you know, divine language or divine speech or divine words, and hieroglyphic means the same thing, but in Greek. I mean, it derives from the Greek.
Right. So the same stories like the Book of the Dead and all the 42 laws of Ma'at, that's also in the Metanature, or let me ask you something. Are there stories in Metanature like that you could read to us?
Well, I wouldn't say stories. I can read some text, I can read some sentences, but you know, to read a whole story in hieroglyphic, I wouldn't say I can do that. But there's many translations available, you know. So the most known stories. Oh, but it's good you say that actually, so I can show it. I was gonna do a single video about it, but the tale of Sinue, because there's some biblical parallel. So Sinue, that's probably one of the most famous story from Kemet. Now I'm going to share the link in the chat. Keep the comments going. I'm going to read them. So it is considered to be a fictional story. See, well, by a few or by many. So to make the long story short, there's a king that was killed, and Sinue was either accused or scared to be accused of being involved in the killing of the king. So he moved to the land of the Asiatics, you know, and he lived there for a while. And as he got older, he wanted to go back, and he went back, and people knew that he had nothing to do with the murder of the king, the ruler, and he was well received. So he was happy to go back home and all that, you know. So that being said, at the bottom you will see parallels. Hold on. There it is. So parallels are being made between the biblical narrative of Joseph and the story of Sinue. In what is seen as divine providence, Sinue the Egyptian flees to Syro-Canaan and becomes a member of the ruling elite, acquires a wife and family before being reunited with his Egyptian family. Similarly, the Syro-Canaanite Joseph is taken to Egypt, where he becomes part of the ruling elite, acquires a wife and family before being reunited with his Syro-Canaanite family. Parallels have also been drawn from other biblical texts. The Hebrew prophet Jonah's frustrated flight from the orbit of God's power is likened to Sinue's similar flight from the king. The battle between David and Goliath is compared to Sinue's fight with a mighty challenger whom he slays with a single blow. And the parable of the prodigal son is likened to Sinue's return home. And of course, you do have some notes, you know, about those different parallels. Additionally, the story of Sinue inspired the modern novel Sinue the Egyptian by Mika Waltari. So there are many stories now. Once again, like I said, I wouldn't say that I'm able to read like full stories, but you know, I can read sentences in Medu Neter, you know. But feel if you have other questions, brother Young Hero.
No, that's what I was trying to figure out.
It takes quite some time to be able to read long text in Medu Neter because there are many glyphs, you know. So once again, to read the Middle Egyptian, you know, there's about 800 glyphs, you know. So that's a fair bit, but not impossible. King K wrote, when I get my PayPal back, I'm going to donate Chaka because this also helped me figure out new things. Still looking for the word Afura. I have his image though. Well, if we have the glyphs, that would be good. You know, because if we just have the image, you know.
I didn't see Afura. I saw the A was a E. If you or whatever. But it wasn't Afura.
But that's what we should try to do as a whole. Be able to document what we're saying, you know, because you know we have some platforms and people say, you know, oh, there's this book with attestation of Moses in hieroglyphic, you know, it's laughable, but they call that scholarship. You know what I'm saying? So we can learn from our mistakes and we can also learn from the mistakes of others. But here is really I'm encouraging everybody. I don't know it all. I may have made mistakes, you know, but one thing for sure is that I'm used to documenting what I'm claiming, you know, and everybody can do that. You know, I'm not saying that people should be like me, but it's very easy. It's very affordable to be able to back up what we're saying, you know, by directing to scholars, you know, or texts, you know. Ralph is asking, is Nut and Geb science if it uses astrology and astronomy? Well, Nut and Geb, those are gods, deities. So I wouldn't say that's science. I would say that's in the realm of religion, you know. Now, some people will say that the deities, the gods of ancient Egypt, you know, represent, you know, principles, you know, principles of life and so on. But, you know, but they are gods, you know. So I wouldn't say science, you know. King K. Rochaka, I have Afura name mentioned in Burgess Dictionary, page 46, 163a, but I'm looking for his name alone.
Yeah,
I don't understand because you said his name is mentioned in the dictionary, and now you're saying that you're looking for his name alone. You mean you're looking for an original artifact, maybe? Go ahead, young hero.
No, I was saying, I see it says it was a ram-headed god who wore the solar disk and traveled the night through the underworld waterways in order to reach the east in time for a new day. It's mythological, you know. It's not like it's not as like a deity, you know. It's not in a person aspect.
Yeah, I saw that thing that you read. They were talking about the bark, right?
The one now?
That article you read is on Wikipedia. They were talking about a bark one day, about a boat, right?
No, I just say an aspect of the sun god Reaf, R-E-A-U-F.
Is it a Wikipedia article you're reading right now?
It doesn't say Wikipedia.
Is it Tour Egypt? TourEgypt.net?
Yeah.
Which website is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Tour Egypt.
Yeah, TourEgypt.net, yes.
But yeah, I don't see none. I don't see what he's talking about.
But here's no Afura. It's Auf, and in parentheses they put Ifura or Efura, you know, with our script.
Yeah.
And it says indeed an aspect of the sun god Ray, you know, but we don't even have the glyphs here, you know. So now I've received
email for the Medu Nature class. Let me just respond. I won't be long.
So for the most part, the Metaneta is basically learning the letters, right? And the words.
Well, the Medu Nature is basically the hieroglyphic, or ancient Egyptian language. So,
Yeah,
in
but
order to
I'm
learn
just
it, yeah, you
saying
have to be. Yes, go ahead.
we don't really have any stories or mythological allegories in the Metaneta itself, right?
There are stories and allegories in the Medu Nature, yes.
Oh, okay, because that's what I was saying, like, but it would take a long time to break it down.
A lot. I don't know if I should say most have been broken down or translated. Let's say translated. Many scholars have translated for years, so there's a lot available. A lot available when it comes. Yeah.
Yeah, so those that was translated, they were translated into hieroglyphics.
I'm sorry, I don't understand that question, brother.
No, because the Metaneta, the stories, like, do you have any stories you could come and like present as far as the Metaneta?
When you say as far as the Medu Nature, are you asking me if I can present stories and translate translate them directly from the hieroglyphic to the English, or just
Yeah, from the hieroglyphics to the English.
not stories? No, sentences I can, but not stories. No.
Right.
So I will rely on translations from PhDs, and maybe not just only PhDs, but
Right. So the translations from the Book of the Dead and all these other things we read from ancient Egypt is from the hieroglyphics they translated, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know. So do you read a lot of that stuff, like the Book of the Dead and a lot of ancient Egypt spiritual stuff? Do you take part in that as much as the Metaneta?
I don't understand that question, because what you're asking about is originally in hieroglyphic in Medu Nature. So I don't know if there's a confusion. But
no, I just want to know, like, because like all like the Book of the Dead, you got a lot of books, don't you?
Okay, now what people call the Book of the Dead. Now, what people call the Book of the Dead, you see, a lot of people think there's just one Book of the Dead. You see, Book of the Dead is a misnomer. It's actually called Peret Em Heru, which is translated as coming into the light or exit into the light. Some people say Book of Coming Forth by Day. The most famous one is the Papyrus of Ani, located in the British Museum, but there are other so-called Book of the Dead, you see. So it's important to but people don't know that, because they think it's just one Book of the Dead. But it's helpful if people say, okay, because you have the Book of the Dead of Hunefer, Nebseni as well. So it's a compilation of spells, like I said in Kemet Emad, things to get you through the afterlife. It's not an easy read at all. But the Maxims of Ptahhotep is a very easy read. Very also the writing of Amenemopé, very easy read. And Amenemopé, has been, I would say plagiarized for some biblical writing. Some, if I'm not mistaken, but I have that on an article. So feel free, Young Hero, if you want to add.
No, I'm just trying to get more understanding of everything.
But what is it that you're wondering about? Feel free.
No, like all like the ones you said that's more easy to read. You know what I'm saying? You need to send me the thing. I'll look it up so I could.
Yeah, the
get
Maxims of
more.
Ptah. I'm gonna type it. Hold on. Maxims of Ptah Hotep. And of course, a lot of translations of the Maxims of Ptah Hotep are available free of charge online on many different websites. But there's a book that I've shown a lot of time by the author, PhD, Christian Jacques. I have the French one and the English one as well. And yeah, definitely, yeah. Maxims of Ptah Hotep, you know. That's what I recommend the most when it comes to writing information.
I will, I'll do some research on that, you know.
Yeah. Now, let me
anyway,
see. Gotta go.
I'm about to deal with my daughter.
Yeah. But thanks for hopping on the panel, brother.
Yeah, no problem. You already know. I enjoyed the conversation. I had to come on, you know, and talk to Ralph because I'm trying to help him understand.
Well, you know, Sabia is popular now. This Gaga Gugu scholarship is popular now. It's impressing people. All right, brother. Well, talk to you later then.
Yeah, I'm surprised, you know, more people ain't come up, but we'll see.
Oh, it is what it is, you know. There's so many times I had a topic and I expected so many people to be there, and there's very few. And sometimes with my topics, I thought, oh, there ain't gonna be many people, and there was actually a lot of people, you know. But you know, everybody know my channel is private, you know, and it's a bit confusing.
Yeah, that's
a lot of people
another
are
thing
subscribed to the
too.
main channel. Yes, you know what I'm saying. But
Yeah, you need to get
in a
back
few
your mod
days,
forever,
yeah,
man.
yeah, in a few days he'll be back, and then we'll take it from there. Just have to adapt.
You go, I got some in mind that I'm gonna read up on more stuff too, and try to, you know, bring something to the table. Cause I like to debunk people beliefs too, you know. I don't know why I get excited out of it because it's just like, to me it's so simple, you know. And I used to do a lot of like correlations to ancient stories and the Bibles, you know, and all of that, you know. It's just that I just stopped doing it for years now, but we'll see. I'll start getting back. Oh boy, here comes
trouble. Why you wanna call me names, young Henry? What the problem is?
Yeah, it got good trouble too, you know.
But Shock, I just wanted you to know I went out there and read. There's some articles out there about the passport bros. You know, there's quite a few of them out there actually. It said men are going down there, getting on those dating sites.
Yep, that's their
and getting drugged, robbed, and killed.
Yeah, if that's the case, like I don't like, you know, me myself, I can't speak on what people do because it's vice versa. Where like everywhere you go, people killing each other. You see what I'm saying? They killing their own kind. So for you to just like, you know what I mean, it's more lost than anything because I wouldn't dare put myself in a place where I do not know how things operate. I do not know, you know, A, B, and C, my environment, the people like I around, the woman, all of that. Like I'm not putting myself in that position, that situation where my back is not against the wall. Because I can see, and I don't trust if I don't have occupation, a good apartment where, you know, it's for a job and I come there to work and find out A, B, and C, I could protect myself, all of that. I'm not going to no country I don't know, can't even barely speak their language. No, that, I mean, you wouldn't be smart to do that, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of these and there's no disrespect to nobody, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of Colombian women's, when they go to other countries, they'd be on the streets and all of that, prostituting and all of that, you know what I'm saying? So I just feel like it's prophetic, you know what I mean, for people to go to that extent because they think it's easier, you know what I mean? Like they
Right.
just, yeah, to get them women because like no matter where you go, like even me, like certain times I just have to speak and some women are interested because I have an accent or whatever the case may be. So, in saying that, even if you might get them, don't you can't just like in America, there are women that set their boyfriend up, their husband up,
Hmm.
So like, so who are you? They killing themselves. Who are you to think they won't kill you for anything? Especially if
Right.
you go down there with money and your car, your business cards, and all your visas, and all kind of stuff. Things make people jealous, man. So yeah, that's just
Yeah.
a big risk people taking with their life.
It really is, because the grass is not always greener on the other side, right? If you're not willing to put the work in on, I don't care where you're standing, you got to put your work in. If you want your grass to be green, you got to work to make that grass green. It's not gonna, you can put artificial turf down there, and eventually people are gonna know that's not real. But at the end of the day, any relationship takes work, and it's not gonna just be a good relationship, right? Right off the rip. You got to get to know the person. You got to do all that stuff. That's part of growing your grass, making that grass green. And it takes work. Let me tell you, my front yard is calling my name some more because I put seed down 4 times and my grass looks like a piece of crap.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
sometimes the grass be green and full, but you don't know it got thousands of snakes in there.
There you go. There you go. Because you don't know what you only know what you have because you put something that you did the work.
Exactly. You just going over there because it looked green, huh? Okay.
Hmm.
You have no idea what's in the roots,
Sure don't. Because some people put manure out to help their grass grow. I mean, it stinks, but it might work, right? So you really have to be careful. There is no easy way, no easy out in relationships. Those things just take time. And that doesn't mean even when you're in a relationship for an extended period of time, that doesn't mean you're not gonna have your troubles and all that stuff comes with being with somebody, right? And if people think there's a shortcut to it, hey, knock yourself out. I'm just surprised people, like you were saying, Young Henry, people are willing to put their lives on the line for I'm just still trying to understand for what. I mean, there's still good women wherever you are. You just didn't come upon the right one yet, So,
vice versa.
and vice versa, exactly. Yeah.
Such as
So,
life, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I hope they stop.
yeah, people always trying to make somebody make them happy before they
Mm.
make themselves happy,
There you go.
So that's the problem. But
Yeah. Because I do believe my theory is bring 100% of yourself to the table, as much as you know for that to be. And if you're not there, work on those areas that you need to work on. Because I'm telling you, it takes a constant looking at that man in the mirror to make the changes that you know about yourself that need to change. And if other people notice some stuff, you can do some self introspection. But sometimes people just say stuff because they're haters, not necessarily because they see a particular thing going on. Right. So you have to, cipher through all that and make sure that you're not taking in stuff because people are just hating. But at the end of the day, all of us have work to do, and people need to, stop, like you're saying, Young, and look to somebody else to make you happy. Happiness is not an event, to maintain that state of mind, you got to work at that. It's not just something that you just come with,
yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And that's with your kids and everybody else. Yeah, kids kids make you happy for a little while until they start getting on your nerves. when they get out of that goo goo gaga talking and they can talk to you, oh, it's a whole nother issue. I used to always say, I love them until they can start talking. Then it's time to send them to military school. Because sometimes, man, they say some stuff to you like, what? Like, even when they can't speak properly and they be telling you stuff, it's like they be cussing you out and you just don't understand what they're saying. I'm like, man, you're getting a pass until I figure out what you're saying. Then you're in major trouble. Close that door. You're in major trouble. That's what I tell them. So But I enjoy, you know, I enjoy coming out here, Shaka. You provide such a great platform for people to come out and learn and ask questions and, you know, bring you their knowledge and stuff like that. And I appreciate that. So, because it goes to show you too that you know, older people can learn too. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, sister.
Yeah, you're welcome. And Young Heru, I just want you to know too, even with you, I like hearing what you bring to the table as well. You know, because you bring it from another angle that, you know, I don't think some people pay attention to either. So good on you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You know, I try to tell it in Google Gaga language. I try to give it to them basic as possible. You know.
Yeah, but when it comes across, I hear it and I do appreciate it. So. Because I know it's hard sometimes for people to just take a minute and just listen. Sometimes it's just good to sit back and just listen. We don't always have that, you know, have to have the right answer or the correct answer, and it's just, you know, sometimes it's just good to listen and take in what you can, and then whatever you don't think is beneficial for you, you just don't. You just keep it moving. No hard feelings, no nothing like that, right? Because we're all in here to trying to figure things out, and none of us have it all 100% correct. So anyway, so Young Hero, I meant to ask you how was did your daughter's eye surgery go? She's good?
Yeah, she's good. It's healing now. She
good.
Looking normal again.
Good.
Hold on 1 second. She harassing me.
Listen at her. Yeah. But yeah, Shaka, this has been good. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we can talk about different things, and like it was stated not long ago, my main channel is private, so in a few days, we get back to normal, just so
yeah.
Some people are trying to stop us, but they ain't getting far.
Yeah. Well, if they, people just have to decide what they're gonna, how they're gonna do what they're doing. If it's all about just trying to find something on somebody to bring them down, that's different than going out there and you hear stuff that's happening to our children, and you make it into something other than, right? I don't care what anybody does in their bedroom. That's none of my damn business. I don't care. But when it comes to stuff that affects the community, then we need to do as much as we can to stop that from happening. And I've heard on other people too are saying that we're just allowing too much stuff to happen in our community and not trying to hold anybody accountable and responsible for their actions. And you're not the only one saying that. There are people out there saying the very same thing, right? And so we know it's a big problem. It's just like, we've been taught, especially in the Black community, keep everything in the house, don't take it outside the house. And, if there's stuff that's going on that's not good, there's actually where I live, there's a mother of 6 who just got arrested for abusing her children. I mean, trying to put one baby in the oven. Her 10-year-old child had to fight her to keep her from doing that. And that's in our community, right? It's our people that did that. It wasn't somebody else. They've been having problems, and you'd have thought the CPS would have came and took those children from the family because they were having those problems. And she tried to kill her husband, and I mean all of that. And and so I was surprised that it went on as long as it did before they decided to, arrest her. So, unfortunately, it took that particular thing happening. I mean, they had SWAT come in and everything to bust the doors down, all that,
And
so
those people who say, yeah, you have to keep it home, they are being opportunist. It's very opportunistic, because when white people do something, they don't say, oh, just keep it home, it's okay. No, they say, oh, this was wrong. So it's good and bad everywhere. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And what we
exactly
for a good while now is people aware of rapists and child molesters and still defend them and still be cool with them. And they've been attacking those who are against child molesters. This is very well documented, and we have a group of people who call themselves advocate who've been siding with those defenders of rapists and child molesters. So it's looking bad and messy, but that's how life is. Sometimes, you go through adversity. Malcolm X went through adversity. Dr. Martin Luther King went through adversity, and many other people, But there's that particular platform, and we all know which platform it is. Not long ago, there's a female, I'm saying, a grandmother, right? I just shown that she was on tape defending Malachi York. I asked her in her chat when she was addressing me, "Do you defend him? Yes or no?" She was like, "None of your business." What? None of your business. I'm asking her if she supports a serial rapist, and she answers, "None of your business." And those people call themselves the conscious community. I mean, that's looking real horrible, real horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, but, that with that story that that's from somebody where I used to live some time ago. But it's really sad. It's sad for our children that we're constantly having to, when people are old enough to defend themselves and stuff like that. We don't need to be taking up somebody's, or as I say, all these words, cap and cape and all stuff. We don't need to be doing that for grown people, right? It's our children that are having problems, and if we don't stand in there for them, I don't know who's going to do it, right? So, but yeah. So that one, that particular story was on the news, and I'm like, man, when you hear all that stuff like that, it's like, it's just sad. I mean, it's just sad. So they got 6 children who are being displaced out of their family. And, most people don't take 6 kids in at the same time unless they got family members, right? So, but, years ago, when they had To Catch a Predator crap,
Yeah.
they had, when they had that going on, and they sure did. I mean, in some of these neighborhoods that I've read about, they had, in one particular situation, it was what they considered a bedroom community or whatever you want to call it. And boy, them folks was hot as hell that they brought them people in to do that, right? They fired the police chief and everything. It was like, how dare you bring To Catch a Predator into our community? It was funny. It was funny, not what they were doing, but how people reacted to, I know there ain't no such thing as a bedroom community. They're right around the corner from you, right? So, I mean, it's just too much out there for people to say that, we can just keep turning our back on this situation. It's just too much. Our children deserve better. They really do. Just like you're talking about the Catholic Church and the priests and stuff like that, they got a lot of those stories out there.
Yeah.
It's so messed. Yeah. So messed up.
Yep, and it's like,
going on. Yeah, go ahead.
Exactly. And people do know of it, but they don't want to, it's like, even like with the Catholic Church, because they're so big, people are afraid to speak up against them. But, if you don't, then it's going to continue to go on. I mean, that's just a big entity, right? And like I think it was Young Henry who said they'll just send them someplace else. Send a priest who's been doing that. They'll send them someplace else to do it to other kids. And that's the sad part. There's just so much going on. All these different types of religions and stuff have all that stuff going on. That's just in the religious sector. I'm sure there's stuff going on all in every sector where we live. But, this is just so much cover up, and it's just shameful. It really is. But, keep doing what you're doing. People are listening.
Yeah, man, because I be thinking about a lot of stuff, because I be just listening to everybody, sometimes, because they be trying to make sense of stuff that more than other things, like some things matter more than some. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times I like to have different discussions about biblical narrative, about ancient time and life and this and yada yada, you know what I'm saying? Just to have more understanding, because I was into things way before I even start talking to people. So most of my life I can't even talk to people because they can't even comprehend what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of people, they don't even look into these kind of things. You know what I'm saying? They more on a physical level. But yeah, so you hear me now? I was echoing. But Yeah, so when I hear people
I hear
talking
you, brother.
about, yeah, when I hear people talking about, oh, the information and the information and the information, they all talking about biblical narrative, the same yada yada, the same debates, who's right, who's wrong. You know, it's like a cycle over and over where you don't get nowhere. So when they say that, I'll be thinking like, what's wrong with you? What information are you talking about? What information that's actually correlating to something, correlating to culture, to cultivate anything? These things we keep going over and over again. And at the end of the day, is mine 90% of it is belief. So it's not, you know what I mean? It's no conclusion to it. There's no end of the line with these things. You see what I mean? So, but when you talk about real life stuff, things that we need to be doing together in order to, you know, to prosper. Children being abused, being raped, people being scammed, you know what I mean? Disrespected. If you don't have respect, you can't even start to get anywhere. But I'm just saying, so everything is information, and reality information is the best information there is, because it actually correlates to your everyday life, your community, your state, your city, your country. You see what I'm saying? So when I hear them talk about this information thing, I'll be like, yo, y'all losing your mind, because you can't tell me you finna let people get raped, let people get scam, people in poverty, all kind of things going on around you, but you think talking about biblical narrative and who Africa is and who the Muslims are, and you see what I'm saying? It's crazy to me. So yeah, it's all a narrative. Yeah, they're pushing that narrative on people just to make money. But go ahead.
Yeah. And all you can just say that's just true. I mean, you know, I'm just glad I got out of it. I really am, because it's too much all the time. It's just you can never do enough to be good enough, ever, because it's always something else, and it's something else, and it's something else. And you know, even when you do all that, you still might not make it. You might not make it to heaven, even after you've done everything you think you know to do. There's still that slight chance that you just didn't do enough. And I'm like, you know, ain't nobody got time to be living stressed out like that. You know, you cuss one day, oh, you know, you're gonna go to hell. You know, if you do this thing, oh, you know, no, it's just too stressful, too stressful. It takes your life away when you're trying to live up to somebody, you know, something written down by somebody you don't even know who the heck, you know, even though we read stuff, but something that was written down so many years ago that don't even apply to anything we're doing today. But they try to make it do that, right? They try to make it do that, as opposed to just, you know, living our lives the best we know how. So I'm good. I'm good.
All right. Well, I'm gonna close the stream. It's 1:48 a.m. on my end, but I'm on holiday. I don't work tomorrow. I'm enjoying, you know, the week with my son. You know, he's on holiday, school holiday. So, yeah. Well, thank you, Sister Andrea Burnett. Thank you, Brother Young Heru. Thank you, King K. I received your latest email. You sent me that Wikipedia page. I can share it in the chat, you know. But I would like to know what the text is, you know, because there's so many things there. But if anybody knows where I can find the name Afra on a hieroglyphic document, feel free to let me know. And thank you to Eric. Love my fro is in a place to be as well. Everybody else that just came through, you know, Ralph, you know, my main channel will be, you know, back soon, you know what I'm saying? But we stand on truth and principle, and that's good, you know, because once again, you've heard, you know, Filthy Frankie, he knows Hebrews will also teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl as long as she has her period, but he doesn't want to say who they are, you know. And we've seen the molestation report claim that he made, and he changed his mind. I don't know if he got paid. I don't know why he changed his mind, but that's just messy, you know. And there's so many other people who have raped, you know, or molested, and he knew them. He knew them. So besides that, there's also scammers that he knew, you know,
Now, liars is not a big deal, but pseudo people, be lying, and also anti-African people, or himself. Let's hear it again, because some people call it the house of conscious mess. They call it the conscious community, and this is what he said about black people.
One thing I can tell you, brother, is black people, we ain't shit, man. Our people ain't shit. Black people ain't shit, bro. We can talk about this white man all day, but nah, man, black people ain't them. We ain't shit, man. Our people is.
That is consciousness. Oh, dang. I guess I shouldn't be conscious then. So I'm going to make my closing remarks.
What did he do?
Stay safe. Go ahead. Sorry?
What do you want, Bishop?
Bishop. I think she's talking to somebody else. I'm going to mute her. Okay. I think she'll have to come up with somebody else. So stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue or state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you do not think right, you will not act right. If you know better, you will do better. Do I to do any hotel.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Nature classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Nature class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.